They don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, Vale.
The Bucky versus Bayo here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello and welcome to the PMPL Super Weekend number 3. It's number 3 of 3. This is the last chance teams have to put points in their column and make it to the finals. I'll be your host, F. joined by an illustrious cast of characters. We've got commentators, experts, and of course, the analysts are along for the ride. Say hello to my friends, Glitter Explosion and the Seven Worlds Gaming. Seven, glad to see you. Final Super Weekend coming up.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to see you too. I'm glad to see you, Glitter, and I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see which teams are going to be popping off. Plus, we're going to be finally introducing some storylines we've been wanting to for a while too. How are you, Glitter?
I mean, I'm excited, okay? Things were crazy in our last week of league play. I expect them to get even crazier here in our last Super Weekend. I mean, like you guys are saying, last opportunity for points into finals, and like Seven's alluding to, it's important.
I'm here for it. You guys are in the party time outfits. I might have to change and get my party time outfit on because it is absolutely party time. If you haven't been traveling with us, let's break it down real quick. So we're in our final Super Weekend, 3 weeks, 3 days. In order to qualify, teams have to play well during the regular week. That's not yesterday, but the day before and the day before that. So you get 2 days during the week in order to play your best and then qualify here for the Super Weekend. We've done 2 weeks of that. Now we're on our third, and we're going to tally up all the points from our Super Weekends in the past and the one we're doing right now. And whoever's up on top there will feed into the finals later on. 16 teams repped from the Super Weekend. Absolutely cool. The best of the best of the best, sir. And they will be playing for a whole lot of money.
Obviously, I mean, the best of the best needs the best of the best prize pool. We've got $150,000 on the line in total for all of our teams here this season, but of course that $45,000 for all of the winner chicken dinners across all of our Super Weekends. That's $1,000 per chicken dinner, and we've got 15 more about to start here in this final weekend. So some more money up for grabs for our teams, and then of course if they make their way through to finals, some more money on the line, and the champion goes home with $10,000. Seven.
They definitely do. But for that, you need to be able to get those chicken dinners and get those points. First place does get 15 points. Second place, 12 points. And then let's go to the bottom. 8 and 12 get only 1 point. And 13 and 16, you get to go home with just 0 points. But if you're able to get at least a couple kills, 1 kill equals 1 point.
That's really a lot of fun because at the end of the day, you can wind up at the top with 0 kills and take home 15 points, or you can wind up at the bottom but find 15 kills and wind up with 15 points. So different strategies for different teams, all well and good. And let's take a look at some of those teams that are playing out. Like we said, we've got 20 teams during the week and only 16 teams here. Every team plays every map, full stop. No Johns, no excuses. You got to be good. It's a lot of fun during the Super Weekend. This is what we're talking about. You know, this is really where the competition gears up. Nights, WallStreetBets have been really, really exciting for a lot of fans at home. So you want to take a look at all these teams for sure and see who can stand up on our final Super Weekend here. 3 days of competition. Today is just day 1. We'll be here tomorrow and the day after that as well. So if you want to get in on the action on a conversational level, you could do that on social media. Find us on the Facebook, on the YouTube, on Twitter. Use the hashtag PMPL wherever you're talking about PUBG Mobile, and we'll find it and we'll see what you got going on. And sometimes we might even get you on the show. So absolutely fun stuff to look at with regarding the entire PUBG Mobile Pro League. Let's get down to business, as they say in Mulan. We have an important Super Weekend coming this time around. As we take a look at all of the points here, let's pull up all the teams and see where these squads have been going, because Nova Esports, Glitter, up on top.
They have been absolutely crushing it this season. You can see first place with 325 points, but a lot of that is because of their consistency and placement points. They've done so well. It's a category they've always done well, but they've really turned up the aggression this season as well with the addition of YDD and Yi. It's a fantastic squad. Ghost right behind them with 313 points. Then moving on down the list, XSET with our highest amount of chicken dinners so far. They're at 305 points. This will, be their last opportunity, see if they can get some more money in their pockets. And then Ogilvy, a team that kind of surprised a lot of us, has been very consistent this season so far in fourth. 19 Esports just barely making it into our final Super Weekend at the end of our last day of league play. And then the top 8 being rounded out by Panthers, Knights, and Syndicate. And the drop-off from first to 8, 325, almost 100 points down to 227 there in 8th place, 7, as we look at the second page.
Definitely, as we go to BTOWN right there, Esports with 212 points. And when you talk about a drop-off, this is going to be another drop-off right here from 212 points to UYU sitting at 163 points. Then we have Lazarus being able to make it there with 150 points. We do have Mezexis as well. And we're just going to go down the list a little bit more. And I want you to keep in mind the hit list is not going to be playing this Super Weekend, because they were not able to make it. So WallStreetBets, Boring Protocol, and the teams that are currently here on the third page as well are going to be looking to pass them. The one team that I'm definitely going to be looking at is going to be PMPL Esports LLC. They proved me wrong. And then we also have the Illuminati there with 58 points. Those teams definitely need to have a pop-off. And you know what? Why not? Let's talk about the bubble graphic. That way you guys can see what we're expecting. As I mentioned, the hit list not going to be playing this Super Weekend. They currently are at 117 points. WallStreetBets just needs 18 points to kind of tie them. Boring Protocol needs 33. PMPL Esports needs 55. And the Illuminati needs 59. So for both of those teams, PMPL Esports and the Illuminati, I think it's a tough task. But from what we're able to see, honestly, I think they're going to be able to make it. The Illuminati, I mean, at one point during week of league play, they were in first place. It was a pleasant surprise. And then when we go to WallStreetBets, they are, in a way, a completely different team now. They have support now for their main fragger. Drago Devotion was able to put up some great numbers in the last one. Boring Protocol was able to step it up in a way too. Overall, Glitter, I'm really excited to see if PMPL Esports and the Illuminati are going to be hunting down the hit list.
They have to be, right? I mean, they absolutely have to be. I mean, the biggest part for everybody to remember is the reason we're showing you that is because the hit list is right at that 16th place cusp, right? Okay, if you're not in the top 16 overall from Super Weekend points, you don't make it to finals. So where the hit list is where everybody has to pass, and hit list is not playing. So these teams know exactly how many points they need. They know what they have to do to get there. And honestly, they have 3 days to do that. In my mind, there's no chance that WallStreetBets doesn't pass them up. There's no chance that Boring Protocol doesn't pass them up. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on PMPL Esports and Illuminati, like you were saying, because they've got a little bit farther to go, but there's so many games and they're playing every single one every single day. So like I was saying, this weekend is probably going to get a little bit wild at some point.
And that's the thing. We've had teams that are always fighting for something. I think that's one of the coolest parts about our pro scene here in the PUBG Mobile world. So we talked a little bit about what we're doing here in our league play in the Super Weekends and Finals. Well, there is a competition beyond the competition. So the PMGC, that's the Global Championship. North America isn't the only region. I know you guys know that. We have competitors all over the world. And of course, we want to see them play each other as well. And so this is what we're talking about. The PMGC is the culmination of the top of the crop when it comes down to the PUBG Mobile Pro scene. So we talked a little bit about how you qualify for these individual finals. If you do well here, you can then move on to the regional finals. We see all the sub-countries there. As we talk about Americas, you see Brazil, North America, and LATAM. They all have their own competitions that will feed into the Americas Championships. and those who play well there will feed into the PMGC. So right now on the right-hand side, I know it sounds a little bit complicated. Alpha 7 already locked in. They're done. We will see them at the big show. In order to find the remaining 9 teams to rep America, we have to go to October 31st. That's where we'll see the competition between who gets into Americas. 2 more teams locked in there. And then the Americas Championship, 7 teams will push forward, and that's November 14th. A lot to take in, and we will get to it a little bit later. But the idea that there is another tournament beyond this tournament is what you've got to be thinking about. Every single game counts for every single team. So as you watch these squads perform during league play, Super Weekend, etc., you've got to keep your eyes on everything else. These are the point totals that we're talking about here, Seven. As we see, Ghost Gaming has done very, very well. And I think the only other point that I haven't mentioned just yet is that it's the point totals not just from Season 2 here in the fall, but also Season 1 that we did earlier in the year.
That is correct. And out of all these teams, you can see it right there at the top. 1 spot is going to be available. So whoever ends up in first place here after not just this Super Weekend, after next finals, pretty much the next weekend, is whoever's going to get a guaranteed spot into PMGC West, which is the one that's one of these teams is going to be playing. I want you to keep in mind Nova Esports and Ghost Gaming, because those teams, when we were looking at the overall leaderboard, especially for Super Weekends, you guys might have been, well, why do we have to watch this if they're in a way already guaranteed to go to finals? Well, guess what? There is a chance that if Nova performs and Ghost Gaming doesn't perform, Nova can actually pass Ghost Gaming in the PMGC points, and they can get the guaranteed spot to PMGC West, which is going to be huge. So I want you to definitely keep in mind that, because this is definitely going to be huge if they're able to clutch it up. And I mean, with the way Nova's been performing, this is a completely different team than what we're used to seeing. But then we have Ghost that I've been kind of mentioning how they've been sandbagging and just kind of chilling. Well, guess what? It's not looking like that anymore. Ghost is showing up. It's not the flashiest of Ghost that we're used to seeing, but it's a very, very consistent Ghost Gaming.
That's what you got to look for. You know, Ghost has been successful in the past, and we'll see if they can be successful here in the future. But I know one guy who is successful no matter what. Hot Jukes is going to be alongside of us here and give us his Hot Jukes hot take. Jukes, what you got in mind?
Baby, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Hot Jukes hot take, aka my excuse to be able to get player comms for you guys to be able to hear. So hold on, before I get into that, which is going to be insane, I gotta just comment on what the desk was just talking about. I mean, Nova and Ghost going at it head to head. Are you kidding me? These are the 2 top squads in my eyes, hands down. And yeah, the PMPL, this is an amazing tournament, but I ain't gonna lie, PMGC is what it's all about. So I can't wait to see how that fight is gonna go. But back to what the whole reason why I'm here is, I want to go ahead and do a little bit of a breakdown of some comms that we saw from the games that we just saw a couple days ago, right? So let's go ahead and play the footage, and I'll go ahead and tell you all about it.
Oh! Yo, that was like, yo, who got hit? Who got hit right there? Yo, play bottom. Some players go bottom. Some players go bottom. Like, you have to be honest. Oh no! Xenox! Bro, Xenox! Why you have to ruin it? Xenox! Bro, why you kill my teammate? Yo, Coop. You're welcome, bro. You're welcome.
Yo, he's trying to do it. He's trying to do it. Xenox is trying to do it again.
No. We got it. No, we got it. Let's go! Let's go! Ogilvy wins. I'm not sure.
Ogilvy with the chicken dinner. Are you kidding me? The best swimmers in North America. That was so sick. I just had to show you guys that, because that is the rarest circle in the game. That's the most, I don't think we'll ever see that again in competitive, really. And it's also a treat of the fact that players are like never allowed to ever get into all chat. It's like literally kind of like against the rules, right? This scenario in the water, it's all about who kills Papa Blue. Even if they do talk to each other, it don't matter. So this is the one rare time where you get to see the lobby just kind of have fun with it, and it was absolutely just money. So hey, when it comes to the breakdown of the comms, it's all just fun on that one. Hopefully I'll be able to have something a little bit more intense in the future weeks. But guys, that's all I got for you. Desk, what'd you think?
I thought you were
amazing,
awesome,
man.
Jukes. Yeah, I mean I think this is actually an important segment, because a lot of times we can kind of lose sight of what we're doing here. X's and O's, strategies, and all this. It's about fun, bro. Just have a good time. Like, sports is silly, and that's what we're doing here for sure. Some things you got to take seriously though, and that is absolutely your equipment. Our friends over at OnePlus have flagship performance, an incredible 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. With all that combined, OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best bet for climbing the leaderboards and finding yourself on top. So definitely shout outs to our friends over at OnePlus for providing some of the best handsets in mobile gaming. Guys, Seven and Glitter, fantastic stuff that we have going on with some of the teams that have popped up and some of the teams that are going to be continuing to pop up. Let's pop up our maps, and we're going back to Sanhok. This week during League Play, we did not play in the small sandbox here. Glitter, are you excited to see map number 4?
I'm literally always excited to see Sanhok. You don't ever have to question my enthusiasm about that map. It changes up the way our teams play. We've got some teams that actually prefer Sanhok over Erangel or Miramar. So super weekends are always a good time.
Yeah, that's really, don't forget, you get a point per kill as well as placement, and Sanhok is where squads that have not really found their survival time are able to go ahead and maybe, let's say, steal away some kills, liberate some kills. You can find yourself getting some sneaky points over on Sanhok. So definitely teams going to be looking towards that and an idea of what's going to be happening on our maps. But we've got 5 maps headed out, and unlike League Play, all teams play all maps. We've only got 16 squads here, and so we will see all 16 teams play. We've got 2 commentators along for the ride as well. So as we shift from analysis into the game itself, let's shift away from Seven and Glitter. Farewell. We will see you after the game. But for now, say hello to Mustache Dave and Enviro.
Thank you so much, F. We're getting back into it here, the third and final Super Weekend. Dave, this is it. Who will make it to the finals? Only 3 days left. It's make or break. It's do or die.
Illuminati, you got Dope. These 2 teams are going to be on the grind here tonight. We got 3 days to go. They know exactly how many points they need to get to knock out the hit list. This team on the sidelines watching, nothing they can do but sit on their hands and hope that Papa Blue, the circle gods, do not favor them. So looking at the bubble graphic here, I had to take down some notes. Dope Esports LLC, 55 points. That's what they need. 55 points here. And the Illuminati, 59 points. So I definitely think it is doable for these 2 teams if they get a good start here in game number 1 in Virum.
It's huge. At this stage in the game now, I don't know why teams have been holding strats until this point, but if for some reason you were holding on to strategies, you were keeping things back, don't do it. Turn on the ability to frag. Turn on the ability to just, go for kills. Pick those fights. That's what I need these teams to do.
Day number 1, baby. Let's go! Game 1, Erangel. We're getting into it. Into the groove. Let's go.
Let's go. Look, Dave, all I know is 15 games. You have 15 shots, 15 chances, 15 opportunities to not only get that money, but if you're those teams down there at the bottom, you have some very clear benchmarks that you need to pass. You've got some averages, some statistics, some numbers that you need to try and meet over time. So, that's what we're looking at for these squads. A minimum number of points they need to get every single game. And I'm going to keep looking back to them. Keep looking at those numbers to see if those teams at the bottom are reaching them.
I'll keep you posted on it. I'm sure I'll keep you posted. I'm sure you'll keep us posted. And then Hot Jukes and Zute when they come up as well. Everybody's going to be looking at these teams on the bottom because the goal here of course, you know, we have to reintroduce it. Every single chicken dinner, you get $1,000. So that's $1,000 in the pocket, in the bank, son. $1,000 can do a lot, trust me. So that is one of the goals here. You want to come to these games, get $1,000. Second goal, all right, and I hope you're still paying attention, everyone. Second goal here, top 16 at the end of this super weekend. You got to beat top 16. Top 16 will claim you that spot to play in the NA finals, which is going to be coming up here next week. That I believe is 18 games. I have to double check. So that's the goal here so far. And then if you want to complicate just a little more, not necessarily complicate it, but add to it, you know, like the cherry on top of the ice cream and the chocolate and the whipped cream. We got those PMGC points, and the desk, they broke it down beautifully on the pre-show. So right now, the PMGC points, it's a toss-up between Ghost Gaming and Nova. And I say toss-up because this is PUBG Mobile after all. Anything can happen. So Ghost Gaming currently 162 points ahead in that PMGC slots invitation. And that's based off of their Season 1 and Season 2 performance. But Nova, at least this season, past couple days, they have been slaying. They have been popping off. And they're doing so well that, honestly, if I am Ghost Gaming, I think I would start to get a little concerned here. So hopefully Ghost Gaming, going back, watching the footage, watching the VODs, they know exactly what they need to do or what they need to avoid not doing here, because they don't want to get camped out. They don't want to get hunted down. And that could always be a possibility. And the reason I'm saying this now, listen, if you're listening to the podcast right here, this one's going to blow your mind. I'm saying Ghost Gaming needs to be on their P's and Q's because I'm talking Americas here. Americas, I just talked about it. It's that next stage here. Knights, they won last season of Americas. So technically, the Knights, they're already going to the next stage. Now, if I am the Knights, say I got a bone to pick with a certain squad, Ghost Gaming, dude, they could do whatever. They could do whatever. So if I'm Ghost Gaming, one squad I'm going to be watching out for has to be the Knights, trying to throw that wrench into your plan. And if I'm Nova, one team I'm going to be kind of cheering for on the sideline will be the Knights. So the Knights definitely the wild card factor here this weekend for me. I'm curious, are they more concerned with getting that cash money, $1,000 in their pocket, or are they more looking for that revenge? Because we saw last season the Knights and Ghost kind of duking it out. I remember the Knights, I believe, took them out for one of the super weekends. So there definitely is some beef there. And, you know, not everybody likes their beef raw. Some people like it cooked just right, nice and juicy in the middle. That's me. And getting back into this game here, BTOWN. I know I laid down a bunch of knowledge bombs, right? So let it sink in, and just let it sizzle. You know, we're still talking about meat. Let it sizzle. But let's get into this game. Hopefully I didn't throw everybody off, but there's a lot of factors to consider here this last weekend, Paul.
Oh, 100%. I think, I mean, hey, that's Dave. I just wanted to sit back and let you do that. I mean, talk about the podcast hour, 100%. I just want to relax. We're big chilling because, well, some of these teams are certainly not. And honestly, it's so interesting now when we layer in the complexity of these GC points, what's on the line for these teams, what's at stake, because yes, obviously we look at this competition in a vacuum. It's an amazing opportunity. It is this fantastic time to not only make a bunch of money, not only to solidify yourself as one of the best in your region, but to then also advance. But when you start to layer all the ways the teams can possibly advance and what's on the line additionally in the bigger prize pools, you look at down the road and suddenly you think, wow, while this competition is huge, what it really is a stepping stone, or the continuation of stepping stones for a lot of these teams who've been putting in the work over quite literally years in some cases to get to a point like this. So we'll keep an eye on it as we're potentially seeing a bit of a scuffle here. Natsuo, perfect reaction time on that, Dave. That was a full eject button.
Ogilvy just barely qualifying too. I believe it was their last day of league play that really ended up helping them seal the deal to make it here. And they kind of started it out with what Jukes covered, that winterwear chicken dinner or filet mignon. No. What's a fish still? What's a fish meal? Swordfish, Maui Wowie, something like that.
Like it
wasn't a chicken dinner.
Okay.
It wasn't a chicken dinner because it was one in the water. So I'm trying to come up with some type of seafood dish, but it's definitely slipping my mind because my whole salmon. No, there's what's that? It starts with an M. It's dolphin, but it starts with an M.
It's not marlin?
No, come on, man. I'm from Florida. I should know this stuff.
Yeah.
It's because I was talking about meat and sizzling it earlier. Totally threw me off. I'll have to Google it later. But getting into this game here, Ogilvy, my point being that one win that they got on league play definitely solidified themselves here for this weekend. So hopefully they can use it to their advantage and really climb up these leaderboards.
Oh, me, oh my. This is only game number 1, of course. We get to keep watching these teams progress the whole rest of the day. Oh, yeah. Okay. They're fine. This is fine. And I like how the Panthers' relationship with this bridge, Dave, has been hilarious. And is continuing to be hilarious? Still hilarious over the last few weeks. Their relationship with this bridge in terms of, being the ones camping on it, getting camped on it. This bridge is a little bit less so, more so the eastern one. But I think they're in a fantastic position now. There is still a chance that this circle could go back over towards military, but even if that's the case, they're still going to be in a prime position to gatekeep the teams from doing so. They can reposition back to the other side, assuming BTOWN isn't already there. But I think this is the safest play, Dave. They are dead center in this circle.
And that's what it's all about here, being dead center for a lot of these teams. And the Panthers, I'm not surprised because of their drop spot down there, military base. They had the one up here to center up a little sooner than what we normally see them do here. So I'm curious. The Panthers also, same thing with Ogilvy. Last week, just barely making it here in Miramar. Barely. It took them, honestly, the last 2 games. So I'm curious with that in mind here and just kind of looking at their strategy this game already, I wonder if they're changing it up here just a little bit. I wonder if they're going to kind of throw away that slow edge game and kind of pull out that card here tonight to play that center, that off-center game. So we'll have to pay attention to see what the Panthers end up doing here. Very curious to see if they are going to be implementing some new play styles. But looking around, you brought them up, BTOWN, all the way down there. They got their fingers crossed right now, that's for sure.
And they're sitting in a very specific spot. Oh, and I think that circle tells them enough that they should probably cross. This is now at this point like 75, 80% likely that it is going to be on the mainland, and they are going to cross, make their way in through farm. I like this call. But the reason that position is so fantastic is because should that it shift onto military, they can gatekeep all the teams. They're going to make the long rotate around on the mainland in through farm. They get to be the ultimate bridge trolls. What a heads-up little play positionally there from them. It leaves them all the options, all the opportunities, and none of the risk. And now they still get to come in, no problem at all. Because this area along the coast, Dave, it's getting pretty congested. 19E, still a little bit of ways from it here. I think they may be looking to move in just outside of Pachinki, which is strangely vacant at this stage of the game.
Yeah, 19E, the kings of third partying, for sure. That's like their bread and butter out here, and playing the edge just kind of runs hand-to-hand with that, in my opinion. As Mezexis, okay, at least 2 squad mates driving right between the roadblock here of 19E. They are getting some shots off here, but I believe Carnage receiving some shots in return. Now, Carnage did not play with the team during league play. They had Juicy from the bench, kind of building that synergy here. So definitely interesting to see what Carnage can accomplish here this Super Weekend, because Carnage this season alone has been putting up them numbers, has been one of the key fraggers here this season for 19E.
And that's huge, doubly so. Not only is it an amazing opportunity for your sub to step in and do some work, I may put a pin in this if this fight continues to break out. Not only does it give an opportunity for your sub to step in and again, get that opportunity to play with the squad. Obviously, Juicy, another super veteran player, so it's more about individual team synergy. But for Carnage traditionally has been not the top fragger on the team. He's focused more on the calls, more on team support, etc. So for him to be able to add the fragging power that I remember first casting him back in like 2019, for him to return to his roots in that regard, I think is great, because it just adds another tool to the tool belt there for 19 Esports. Is while this fight may be calming down, I'm looking at that kill feed, Dave, and this game is actually starting to heat up already.
Yeah, getting a little spicy out here. And I think, if I can recall, Carnage mentioned something about giving some of the IGLing off to one of their teammates, so it's not just them. If I am correct, there's a bunch of players that kind of told me the same thing along those lines, how there's not just one IGL this season, but they're kind of bouncing back and forth between two different IGLs. You got one IGL for the gunfights, the team fights, then you got another IGL kind of for that macro, like rotation, early game, zone type of calls. So I like that they are sharing the workload out here, and I believe that might be the cause of some of the better points that they're able to acquire here when it comes to those kill points, because they're a lot less relaxed, right? They're able to kind of focus on the enemies ahead of them and do a little more scouting and get a little more points underneath their belt.
And I actually love this. I think the idea of having a macro and a micro IGL is fantastic, because both can be thinking at the same time. You know, you just basically you divvy up the brain power and or divvy up the responsibility and free up the brain power to do so. So I'm a huge fan of that, actually. And hey, that's the center up, and that's actually pretty good for a lot of these teams, Dave. That could have been a lot more punishing for a lot of them. Gets most of the water right out of there. Pachinki is still in play, but there are a lot of open fields. Take a look at where 19, Ghost, Era. That's where this could get a little bit interesting, because there are a couple of like sort of must-take compounds in that area, and if you don't get there fast enough, if you don't get one of them, you're kind of a sitting duck.
Yeah, and if the next circle goes a little towards the north, that's straight up Pachinki. So we might have game one Urban Combat, and Urban Combat, it's a challenge. And teams that are kind of already in Pachinki, WallStreetBets, North Pachinki, Southeast Pachinki, you got the Illuminati. This is a nice game, a nice position for them. So they're probably hoping that it does favor Pachinki, because they have that hard cover and they can just kind of take some shots on squads who might be rotating through that Pachinki fields towards the town, if it shifts in their direction, of course. So I'm looking at the Illuminati. I'm looking at Dope Esports. Those two teams in particular looking to breach that top 16. But down here in the south, Lazarus, Knights, and the Panthers. Okay, it's starting to brew up here.
It is indeed, and none of them moved too much off of this initial position. Lazarus did lose one player early. Knights kind of playing gatekeeper to them, I think, a little bit, as well as the Panthers. Both of these, or actually all of these teams, could potentially start fighting. As we're seeing the fight actually breaking out between BTOWN and XSET. So BTOWN rotated all the way in on that other side, but right into, I talk about the backyard of XSET. This is exactly it right here. Able to pick up that opening kill. And kill switch on the roof of this building is actually huge, because not only is he a distraction to his opponents, he's listening for the audio cues to actually give call-outs to the rest of the team, and they're going to send Polo in aggressive. I love this play. Get one of your star players up there at the front where the gun skill can do the damage. Jay will sit back. And all the while, J7 is going to have this high ground advantage, continue to rotate on in now. This is big, but off on the horizon, Dave, I potentially see Nova. They might look to get involved. They're a little bit far out, but that could change.
Maybe, just maybe. That's why XSET, they're looking to take this fight. They need to clean it up quickly before they do get third-partied. Polo, number one fragger in the lobby, trying to keep their lead on Coops. Going to be breaching on through the compound with their partner, J7. Quick turnaround, headshot right there with the M4 hipfire. BTOWN just falling apart. Now it's up to Peaceful on the second story.
That was absolutely huge. Swaps guns, 180s, sprays him down. Absolutely flawless. And now J7 and Killswitch will take this in a 2v1, jumping around the corner. Peaceful is all but done. And just like that, BTOWN, despite a good opening from them in terms of smart rotations, they picked the wrong fight. As Dave, the fight is still going. This time it's the Panthers and Knights. Both teams got a couple of knocks, but they are going to be able to back up and reset.
Hey, shout out to the observers. I was waiting for this. I saw Peaceful toss a grenade, didn't cook it at all. And I was like, what happened to that grenade? It blew up. It went kaboom. And it got J7 and Killswitch post-death. Now, Obviously, they'll be able to get the pick up the revives because nobody's there. But it's just one of those moments that, yeah, it's still annoying for sure. Funny moment.
A little bit of revenge from beyond the grave. Maybe do a little bit of damage there overall. Take down some meds. You'd like to see it here. It's the Panthers and Knights. Ooh, great pre-fire there from Coops. Will back up, but takes a lot of damage in return. Moso, beautiful angle, but expose themselves a little bit here. But because of that initial knock, and now Legal on the flank. Legal is huge right now, Dave. Moso goes for another drop shot, but can't quite land it. Alucard will confirm the kill. Multiple members down. Actually, the Panthers, with this big flank angle, may have actually extended themselves too far, because now Frady has just got to send it into the middle of this. The Knights are here. Here comes the vehicle, though, on the backside, but Frady may have to completely reconsider, because there is not much left for the Panthers.
I feel like Frady was already 95% there with the whole send it factor, and then making that U-turn, I don't know. I think it would have kept driving that coupe through the smoke. You never know. Might have been able to get a knock. But pulling back behind this tree, they are going to be tossing some mollies to prevent the push from the Knights. They might be able to get the pickup on their squad mate. But the Knights, you have to assume they're thinking the same thing. They're thinking, we do not want to allow the reset over here. They're looking to reposition and take out the Panthers. Yeah, the zone doesn't favor them either. They're all the way down south.
So for the folks at home, it hard shifted on Pachinki. It's just Pachinki. We are looking at a city finish. Exactly what you asked for, Dave. Ask and you shall receive. As now all the teams down here by the south, Dope, Knights, the Panthers, they all have to move. The blue is continuing to push in, but the Knights caught out a little bit of rotation. Dave, what was that? Completely unexpected. Whoa! Long-range shots. Frady eyes like a hawk, and Coops just drops. And just like this, the Knights, who could have made a clean exit, Dave, well, it's far from clean.
I thought the Knights were going to try to collapse on top of the Panthers and take them out during those revives, honestly. But Frady is saying, no, hold up. Hold it up a second. This is the Panthers. We're looking to come back to our final form here this weekend. Taking a fight with the Knights is huge for that confidence.
Absolutely. Knights, again, a team who we have extremely high expectations for. Hang on a second. Oh, okay.
Pull up. I got him.
All right. A team we have high expectations for. I love it. I mean, we've been seeing teams do this more and more, Dave, and it just doesn't usually work. I don't know how else to phrase it. It just doesn't usually work. However, Boring Protocol on the high ground with some nades flying in at range. Ooh, wow, that vehicle just saved them. The Panthers potentially in a very rough position here.
That grenade cooked a little too much, blowing up right on top of their heads. If it would have landed, it would have been money. Money all day. It looks like they're trying to blow up the vehicle. That is smart. Keep them pinned down beneath you. Frady, very risky maneuver right here. Popping in that car. Oh, but the DP reload. No. Frady lucking out right here.
Ooh, well, we'll see how long the luck lasts. Xenox is right in front of them. We got an additional center up on Pachinki. City still very much in play. Both of these players are going to have to move. The Panthers need to try and get more members into this fight, but Xenox doesn't necessarily want to let that happen. But overextending Frady, great timing on that peak. Coops has about 2 HP, and Frady knows that they're going to push in. It all comes down to this. Xenox, the pre-fire has got to be crisp. It's got to be clean. Can you find it? The answer, absolutely not.
I don't know what happened to Frady today in that locker room, but Frady is pumped up and ready to go for Super Weekend number 3. You love to see it. The Panthers trying to make that comeback. They had Boring Protocol up here on top of them as well, trying to keep them pinned down with the cover fire. And even through all that, Frady did not care. Frady had red in their eyes and that tunnel vision to take out the Knights. I think Frady got all 4 of them, by the way. Frady has 4 kills. I think Frady might have wiped out the Knights. So, Frady, my man, GG so far.
Making me afraid. I mean, it's almost like the Panthers have had a game plan this whole time to play something steady. They're like, nah, Frady, let's just go this time. And because of that, things like this are happening. All the Panthers are just firing up right now. This is impressive to watch. They've made it into this next circle.
Big game for the Illuminati. Remember, I mentioned their position in Pachinki a little earlier on. Dope Esports, they were taken out very early on, so they're not going to be able to get any good points this game. The Illuminati might be able to make the come up, but back to the main story out here. The duo from the Panthers, just nothing stopping them, nothing slowing them down, and now Lazarus trying to make the push, trying to take them out here. Lazarus, nice little split here. Oh, okay, just in time. but Frady's still alive. Watch out for Frady.
Yeah, that was a good angle there from Lazarus, able to catch a little bit with their pants down, if I'm being honest. That tree, they just couldn't cover both angles. And now because of this, Frady also in a bit of a rough spot. I think that may be the end of the run for the Panthers, and yes, it will. I mean, just considering how many fights they took, they had a pretty darn good run. But props to Lazarus, who've happened to their own. 6 kills for them already. They've gotten into some early scraps, but they were able to rotate out a little bit earlier, Dave. And because of that, they were able to get in a favorable position, play gatekeeper that little bit more. And as the defenders, they've been able to rack up those kills.
Yeah, down here towards the south, and really they're hoping to see if they do get favored in the next zone. So all those teams in Pachinki have to pretty much push through them. Same thing with XSET. I love their position. In the trenches, down here behind the sandbags, then kill switch, and that little tiny guard tower prone, getting as much intel as possible. If the zone hard shifts over there, which it doesn't, so I won't even go there, but you know where we are going. Pachinki. It's getting stinky in Pachinki, baby. Game number 1. 10 teams to go.
I was just going to say, especially with 10 teams left, all 4 members of 19 Esports up and in it. The Ghosts are here, and hey, hello to Boring Protocol. Not making this one boring, as they are full sending it into town, but they are running into so many squads. Fameboy's got to try and survive, try and hold on, able to take down Ace, or will they be able to confirm the kill? That's the big question, is now, off the back of this distraction, Ghosts are likely going to push up, utilize the chaos that they've created to lay down some smokes of their own, and push into what is previously that fortified compound of 19E. Great use of the distraction from Ghosts to make this push.
Goes using their classic smoke tunnel to breach the next zone, get up close and personal right in the face of Boring Protocol. Fanboys on the 2nd story balcony trying to get some intel, going for that drop shot pre-fire through the door, but Ghost already in the compound with the return fire right there, and there goes Boring Protocol. 19E, third party.
Yep, Sam was able to get that opening Molly play. Sam is just continuing to go off, finds the last player as well, and just single-handedly mows down Ghost Gaming. Oh my goodness. One team capitalizes, the next team capitalizes like dominoes, like a house of cards. It all falls down. But the team that's looking to hold on through all of it, it is XSET. Only a few players left, looking to burn them on out of the trenches. I believe it's Nova who will be able to do just that. See the health bars at the top of the screen? Right up there, YDD saying, what are you doing? Get out of here.
See that? They're in the sewer pipe. Nowhere to go. The molly to block him in, the grenade to seal the deal right there. YDD, 2 easy points. XSET, they had a little 2-2 split. Now that spot, very common spot for a lot of players in these zones to utilize. So can't really say it's 200 IQ, but J7 and Polo looking to defend the water trench right here on 2 different angles.
Yeah, at this point, I think Nova's probably the more immediate threat. It is a 2v2 situation. Nova did lose a couple of players early, but nice use of the smoke there. Why did he bait that with the footsteps? Care package comes down as well. That could be something interesting to keep an eye on. As thank you to the observers getting this high-level view. Quite a few teams still up and in this. Lazarus were able to make the send as YDD continuing to try and push their luck, but actually getting taken down. J7 survives with a scrap of HP. Oh, his memories.
Nice molly.
Huge. Huge zoning.
Nice
play.
molly. Yeah, nice molly to block the push. Will they be able to get the pickup in time? J7 already breaching the tunnel. Go for that spray down.
And Memory will just back up, realizes they can't take this fight, too low, can't get the revive, ends up making it into this building, which is mercifully empty somehow, which is going to give Nova a little bit more time to try and survive through this. But teams are trying to take these smart fights, and only when they absolutely have to. The circle centers up further into the city. It's hard to see on the mini-map, but these teams down towards the southeast will have to continue to push their way in.
Oh, molly after molly here. Polo popping in a vehicle, maybe getting some intel, those additional TPP sightlines right there on exactly where these mollies are coming from. Fears with the... Or he's just vibing. Polo's just vibing. I thought he was getting intel, but now I'm checking him out. Got that radio pumping.
J7 does get knocked, I believe, a nade into a vehicle explosion potentially there. Polo's got to go for the revive. G3 not quite hearing where this is going. Lazarus knows there's 2 players there. They know they did get the knock, I think. which means these nades are going to be huge. And pick him up and right back down. That's the cue they need. That is exactly what they needed. But Polo going to look to try and stand their ground. Finds one. Can they get the second? This is the big question. Pretty decent HP. The third teammate comes on in, looks to confirm the kill before they go down, realizes they probably can't take this. And yes, they do end up dropping. Memory getting a little bit of action up there on the second story, though. We'll look to confirm this. Nice play from Polo, Dave. Get the point you know you can get.
Interesting fact, the entirety of XSET went out in that drain pipe, practically. That drain pipe took them all out. Their grave right there. Memory here, trying to get that third-party action with the mollies, with the grenades onto Lazarus, who just straight up sent it. Now Joey on the opposite wall of Memory. They are just Morse coding to each other. As looking into the zone, looks like 19 and WallStreetBets with the numbers advantage here. Both squads with 3 up right here.
It's interesting to note that the Illuminati are still in this. I think the Illuminati were the first team to lose a player, or the first or second in this game. They got here early, and Dave, you pointed them out. They've been able to rack up 3 kill points since then, so props to them for being able to hold on through the absolute unmitigated chaos that is a late game. But Cheeky Leon, oh my goodness. Stick a fork in him. That is perfectly cooked. He's done.
Through the window! Brain is like, don't look at me. I'm not here type of deal. The thing is, 19E, I believe, I'm trying to look at the minimap. They do have to push across the road. So it's only a matter of time before they have to deploy their smokes, move on out. And King looking right towards them. So King, one of the top fraggers from the Illuminati, keep an eye on that player.
Brain's been spotted as well, and WallStreetBets, they get the circle. They're split amongst 2 buildings. This could be a huge benefit for them, or it could be their downfall. They're spread a little bit too far. Baba on the outside will be a key member, as he could potentially rotate into either one of these buildings. And there you talk about King. Dave, that star player, first one to reach that 600 kill, 600 damage mark, I should say. As the circle is pushing in, Pan will have to go. Syndicate gets eliminated, but let's see what WallStreetBets can do. Can they play the gatekeeper? Nice opening frag. Beautiful team play as Bob was able to pick up the kill.
Baba OP still accepting applications to the fan club, by the way. WallStreetBets 3 up so far. Dead center for the most part. Baba OP holding that off angle. Might get into a 1v1 with Sam. Sam looking to throw some grenades onto Devotion here. And it's going to come down to just who has the better awareness.
It's going to come down to who can survive the initial push right through the smoke, who can land their shots, who can step up, who can go clutch as the Blues continuing to push their way on in. 19E doing a great job of standing in through this, but they will start to get pushed back slowly but surely. Lazarus going in. Nova Esports drops down to the top 4 teams. Dave, the Blue, always at their back, as 19E somehow able to keep the health bars looking pretty darn good as they push their way in. WallStreetBets is actually looking a little bit split.
Baba can definitely see these grenades getting tossed through that window from Sam right here. Baba needs to get a nice volley, a nice grenade to ricochet through that window. Meanwhile, Steve-O and Devotion on the roof looking to maybe come down to a heel-off if they cannot overextend up there. Inside the building, though, Leon. FPP right there. Oh! Getting taken out, though. It's chaos here.
The third party comes on in. I think it's the Illuminati who ended up showing up there at the end. Will do so. King, not quite enough though. It's Sam is here, but second one team drops. The next one's right up to the plate. As it comes down to 19 Esports, WallStreetBets doing a fantastic job of just sitting back, waiting for these fights to play out. The molly is in. It all comes down to Sam with a Groza in a 1v3. The nade goes out around the corner. Teams will push in. Can they find the shots? There's one down, and they get it done. WallStreetBets, Dave, with the chicken dinner.
Baba OP. Baba OP. Baba OP. 3 kills that game. Let's go. 7, where you at? I'm looking for you. 7, where you at? Giving my boy such a hard time. He's showing up. $1,000 in the pocket right now for WallStreetBets. You'll love to see it. What a great way to start game number 1 out here. Week number 3. There you go. Throw up them numbers. WallStreetBets damage 722. Healing 312. 3 kills. And guess what, 7? Who got those 3 kills? Baba OP. Let's go. Hey, congrats though. I'm just joking. Team game, of course. I understand that, but hey, I'm just saying, I'm the leader of the fan club out here for Baba OP, so you got to represent when you have the chance. And the Illuminati as well. Huge game for them to be able to get a lot of points here this game. This is exactly what they needed. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was match number 1. Don't go anywhere. We got more PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Yeah, and in this one, I mean, a big surprise is we do have WallStreetBets taking the win. Dave, I don't know what you're talking about. You're still stuck in week 1. I've been praising this team for the longest time, and I said Baba has finally stepped it up, and he's continuing to show here. I do want to see that match ranking, Glitter, though, because even though they did get the chicken dinner, they didn't have the most amazing, like, craziest win with the kills and everything that we're kind of used to seeing, but they were still able to clutch up a win. And as you can see right there, perfectly go along the lines of what I was talking about, 19 Esports being able to pass them in points due to the fact that they're able to get more kills. They ended up with 20 points. WallStreetBets, though, 3 kills. Honestly, for Baba, this is what I've been talking about, Glitter. These players need to step it up here as we get closer to the finals. Now, with this performance, it puts them definitely closer to that final stage. And if this team can continue to improve like that, it's going to be amazing. We have Lazarus as well, 17 points. The Illuminati, Glitter, one of the other teams that we were calling out at the beginning of the day, for them to get 15 points, it's huge.
Yeah, and then moving on down the list, we've got Nova, ever the consistent squad, 5 kills, 6 placement points. But then the next grouping of 3 is what's really impressive to me. XSET getting the majority of their points with their kills, 8 kills for XSET, 6 on Ghost Gaming, 5 for even the Panthers, with all of those squads only getting 1 placement point. So the aggression coming out of these teams early as we take a look at the second page here and see where the rest of the teams fell. Pro Era coming in with 5 points, and then, you know, looking all the way down at the bottom here, Ogilvy and BTOWN. I mean, I talked about Ogilvy being one of those more consistent teams, start having a little bit slower start to the day, as well as Mezexis, but they've got tons of time to play catch up. However, I would like to see the Knights a little bit higher up on this ranking, because we talked about the league play versus super weekend performances coming out of them. And I know they've got it in there. They just haven't shown us yet.
We keep being told via hashtag PMPL by somebody on Twitter that I want to call out right now. We keep being told this is going to be the weekend. This is going to be the weekend. Guess what? It's the weekend. It's time to show up or shut up. One of those two.
You got to do one of those two. Here I am, and I'm actually making noise this time. But yeah, I mean, you got to be able to find yourselves towards the top. I love these match rankings here because we saw a team that didn't take home their chicken dinner wind up as number 1. Again, showing us different play styles are really, really relevant. Let's pull up our total damage real quick and see who is finding the shots, landing the hits and taking home the damage. 19 Esports, no surprise to be here. 2,000 damage.
Wait.
Almost 2,200, frankly. What's up, Glitter?
What do you mean not a surprise to you? This is a huge surprise. This is the opposite of not a surprise. 19 Esports was nowhere to be seen in our entire second day of league play with the exception of the last game where they had a performance that literally was the deciding factor in whether or not they qualified for the weekend or not. I said when we ended that day that I hoped they could snowball it into the super weekend. They are literally doing just that. This is a huge game for 19 Esports. They've been very, very quiet this past week, and this is a massive way to start off the super weekend for them. And then moving on down the list, of course, like I was saying, XSET, 8 what? What do you see now?
Please tell me you see it. Please. Which team just won the game? Is this the first time that we're seeing this? Or a team that wins the game doesn't even end up on the top, top 8 of top damage?
Yeah.
What? This is, I mean, and by the way, I'm not dragging WallStreetBets or anything. It's just when we talk about surprises, this right here is a big surprise for me, not seeing the team that just won, even in the total damage. That's crazy, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said what was most interesting for me were those teams that had the 1 placement point, but a ton of kills. The XSET, Ghost, Panthers, those teams that were in that top 8 area based off of their aggression alone. If that's going to be even remotely foreboding about their play style here for this final weekend, that's going to be impressive.
You know, listen, I have faith in King Carnage, okay? I have from the jump. I'm not surprised to see 19 do it. What I meant was, you're totally right. You're totally right. I don't want to take any thunder away from Glitter. 19 has been a letdown for me personally throughout the past couple of weeks. But seeing them, 3v1 at the end, yeah, sure, Wall Street, you're going to take that one. That's where all their 700 damage came from, right? But, that's the situation. If you made it that deep in the game, I wasn't that surprised to see 19 kind of doing it. Like I said, I've got hope for the blue and white, and we'll see what happens there. But WallStreetBets, they turn around and they play a strategic game this time. Baba OP does a whopping 385 damage. But the big thing here that I want to focus on, Seven, is the survival time. Like I said, different play styles. These guys are not getting the kills, the damage. They're opting to walk away from fights. But they also walked out with 15 plus 3 points, right?
Yes, they did, sir. And that is actually something that I wanted to bring up as well. I mean, we have Drago that's used to being the superstar of this game. Keep in mind, this is just one game. And this could be something different that can help out the team in the long run. He was only able to get 54 damage. He was only able to get 18 minutes average survival time. But everybody else was able to step it up. Not only are just maybe playing a little bit more passive because they didn't have that Drago player, that superstar behind them. But then we have some of the other players that we've been expecting to show up, finally show up here in this game. Baba OP being able to get 3 kills. And actually being able to steal 2 out of those 3 kills, which is really impressive. And then we have Devotion. Devotion is actually one of the new players that has been added to this, to pretty much to this starting roster. They have removed King A, it seems like, and Devotion is starting to become one of the main 4, which is interesting because now he's able to also put up damage. He's also able to help out the team. So overall, I'm actually really happy with this new tactic if this is what WallStreetBets is going to be doing, because if they're able to maintain 3 at the end of the match, and maybe out of those 3, one of those games Drago can be part of one of those 3s, they're gonna have a lot of fragging power, and this is gonna be exactly what this team needs. Obviously, I'm thinking more than likely they're gonna be a little bit more comfortable now because they're kind of feeling closer to those finals. But now they get the time to put that pressure off their shoulders. Now they get the time to kind of practice different things with different players in different positions, like we just saw Baba, like we just saw Devotion, like we just saw Stevo. So this is actually really, really great news for WallStreetBets.
Hoping on it. I mean, WallStreetBets are one of these teams. We brought up the bubble before, and those are the squads. 16 is that magic number in order to get yourself from Super Weekend into the finals. And so that's what you've got to look. You got to be able to find yourself there. I want to talk about the individuals, though. Look at the bottom of your screen. We've got some cool round report stuff here. YDD has been a player that we have talked a lot about. A newcomer on the squad here, Glitter. I mean, seeing him as the top damage. Wait a second. I think YD did more damage than all of WallStreetBets.
Yes, sir.
Wait,
Yes, sir.
That's insane.
Yes, he did.
YDD.
I was just waiting and chilling for somebody to notice that, and I'm so happy you did.
I mean, again, like I really, really need to highlight the fact that while this is funny, at the end of the day, I mean, I don't care how you win. They took home 18 points, and that's the important thing. So, like, we're gonna laugh and be like, haha, it's funny, but they're also gonna walk home with their points and be like, haha, I'm going to finals and you guys aren't. So, you know, we can laugh all we want, but at the end of the day, it's how you take the dub. So, like I said, I respect it. Seven, I think it's really cool to kind of see different approaches and different. I don't want to see everybody snaking in a bush till the end of the circle, but like seeing a couple of teams be really aggressive, a couple of teams being a little conservative. I like that dynamic in the league.
Yeah, I love it too. I mean, we've seen it with other teams too. We've seen it when the teams are able to get the circle and they're able to get the compound. They just decide to be a little bit more passive. They decide to wait for everybody to just kind of kill each other. And then you have the likes of 19 Esports, which usually likes the third-party people. So if you're able to do that, like, why not? Run with it, especially if it's going to get you chicken dinners, especially if it's going to secure 1K into your pocket because it's Super Weekend. I mean, you can't be mad at that.
Well, all I'm going to say is me and Seven have been having this conversation about how you can be strategic and da-da-da, and Glitter seems unimpressed whatsoever. I think you just want the kills. Is that it? Are you team aggression, Glitter?
Listen, I love the carnage. I love the chaos, okay? I will be that person on our desk. I want all of the insanity. I asked for it during league play and I got it. So I'm asking for it again here in our final Super Weekend, and I am waiting for it to happen.
Well, you're in luck because while we're not going to Sanhok just yet, we do have Sanhok on the menu for today. We didn't do it during this week's league play. We just flopped around from Erangel to Miramar, but we do have Sanhok on map number 4. Let's take a look at some of our situations as far as the maps are concerned. We have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then we'll go right on back. And so 5 exciting maps for you here today. All teams will be playing. Miramar is coming up next. As I said, not every team really stands up here. Glitter, you speak a lot about how different teams perform on this Miramar map.
Yeah, I mean, and this is something that Seven and I have talked about a few times too, right? Specifically, I think Syndicate is one of those teams that jumps out at me right away when it comes to Miramar, and they could definitely, you know, use some additional points if this is a map that they can perform well on here this entire weekend, not just today alone. But generally, we do see a couple names that always end up performing well on specific maps, or not even specific maps, but specific times of the day, Seven. We've also seen those teams that take a little bit longer to ramp up and then have a stronger finish towards the end.
We definitely have, and I think going into this Miramar, one of the things that I'm definitely looking, I'm going to be looking at here is going to be second place team from the last match. It's going to be 19 Esports. Usually when we go into Miramar, this is when they've been the heaviest on their third party. And this is when they're able to take advantage of that big surprise. And Paul has been alluding to it throughout the whole season, especially in Miramar. They're always going to be looking to third party that. And with the way 19 Esports started today, I'm hoping they continue on that trend.
Hoping we continue on a positive note with the show. We started off with a bang, and I think map number 2 is going to be just as explosive. Let us know if you're enjoying the games. Find us on Twitter, YouTube, or wherever else you're watching. Hashtag PMPL. That puts you on our radar, and we will see what you guys are thinking. You know what we're thinking, and so we want to hear what you're thinking. Thank you so much, Seven and Glitter. Always, always a pleasure to share the stage with you and break down some of the action. We'll see if there's some more action this time around as we turn the page from map 1 on to map 2. Commentators are standing by. Let's go to Miramar.
You know what I'm thinking. Tom knows what you were thinking. Everybody knows what he's thinking. So a lot of thinking going on here today. Hopefully too, for some of these IGLs, you know, with these very challenging circles, you have to assume there's a lot of thinking going on here. That brain power, we could power a whole city here if I had to bet. So looking around here, very impressed with the Illuminati. Now, talking about thinking, Landlander was telling me what they were thinking, and they told me that the plan here for this super weekend was to, number one, play safe. Okay, taking notes out there. Number two, stay as four. So always play as a group, because during the league play, they found themselves all around the place, all doing their own thing, just living their own life, just chilling, vibing like it's a public match. No, that's not the case. So number plan two, play as four. And number plan three, hope that the zone blesses you. I was looking at my notes real quick. So they got three strategies: play safe, play as four, and hope for those zone blessings here in Miramar.
I mean, that's a pretty good plan. That's what you got to do, Dave. At the end of the day, you got to have a plan. You got to stick to it, and a little bit of luck never hurt nobody. Miramar, though, of course, one of these maps where you've got a little bit more time to play in the early game. So if you're going to take some early game fights, do it. I don't mind teams that go for a little more aggression.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. And last game, talking about teams that go for aggression, as we pull up the schedule, just in case you did forget, we're heading to Miramar. Yeah. Back to my point. The Panthers. Last game, we saw them a ton of aggression. Brady popping off nonstop. I was saying, like, what type of workout routine did this dude do today in the morning? Because, you know, them fingers are warmed up. And usually we look at the Panthers, they're playing that slow, steady, the edge play on the edge, just taking their time. And if they end up getting into a fight, well, so be it. But this last game, that was like completely opposite. So I was very curious if the Panthers were, you know, coming into this final week number 3 with a new plan. And hey, well, we're going to find out, because game number 2 underway, players loaded on up. No, never mind. Back to my point. So the Panthers, they drop all the way down towards the south, right? So, you know, I'm looking at the Panthers, and everybody else out there looking at the Panthers. But you know what else I'm going to make you look at? I got a video for you I'm going to make you look at. So pull up the video. When we come back, some Miramar action. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Valak of Boring Protocol. So first things first, how did you guys come together as a team under BP?
I think everybody knows that Fate and Fame played together before on Execute, and they're making a new team, and they're looking for another 2 teammates, and they found me and Kaisk, and me and Kaisk have played on a team before, 303 Esports and ESL and PMCO and stuff like that, and we just meshed together and created a team.
Well, so now you brought 2 duos together into now a full team. So what are some of the expectations you have of this season currently, where you're standing in the standings?
Our expectations are high. Obviously, we have a high-tier team, and we're representing a high-tier new organization. So we have to give it our all. And I mean, we're going for Americas. We're trying to get top 5 to go to Americas. So that's about it.
Yeah, well, if you do make it to Americas, then what's your expectations for that tournament compared to this one?
Okay, so for Americas, unfortunately, we're a 4-man. I think everybody knows that Russell from Knights, he's not attending with us, but he's on our team. So if we do make Americas, Russell will be in play in Americas.
Yeah, unlocking the Russell factor. I like that. I like that.
Yes.
We kind of wanted to get your hopes and dreams for the rest of the 2021 season because we're almost there. We got about 2 months left. What are your hopes and dreams for it?
First off, we have to make every Super Weekend. Without Super Weekend, we can't make finals. And then, it just goes on from there. We're really aiming to get those chicken dinners and Super Weekends, getting the easy money.
You all have participated as duos on separate teams, as you said in the past. What makes this season different?
Well, I would say we came in as two teams of duos, or two different duos into one team, but we're working. So I'm working with Fate now, and Kais is working with Fame Boys. So we've split duos and we made 2 different duos, and that's what we're trying to work on. We're trying to build team chemistry and team synergy because we've had about 2.5 months of working each other before this PMPL.
Well, Valak sharing some of the insights, the interesting insights from Boeing Protocol. Thanks for your time, brother. Best of luck in PMPL NA Season 2.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, D-Gon here, joined by BTOWN. Grave, please tell us the expectations that you have for the squad after a pretty good week number 1.
We expect to finish strong by the end of the league stage. There were mistakes in the week 1. We made basic mistakes, to be honest, but we only learn from them, and we expect to make mistakes throughout the league stage. But before the finals, I think we should be ready. And we'll win this thing. We'll win PMPL NA if we work on the mistakes.
Well, what would it mean to you from going from not making it to PMPL to all of a sudden now being in a position to win it and making the America's Championship? What would that mean to you?
It would mean everything. It would mean that the grind, it paid off.
There's a lot of grind that happens in the game, and I'm glad that you would be able to feel like there's value from it. And I mean, the fact that you made it here in PMPL is already pretty great. Now, you guys have had a good start so far here in the season. We know that you want to make it to the America's Championship. What else would you be dreaming of and hoping for in 2021?
PMGC, that's a dream, of course, for every player. So same goes with me.
There it is, the PMGC dream representing the Americas region. And finally, you obviously have played competitive before. What are some of the biggest changes you've made to your game specifically before coming into this season's PMPL?
So previous split, I was on WSF, and we couldn't make it to the PMPL NA finals because we weren't confident, we were scared. But this split, I was scared last split, but this split, very confident in myself and in my team.
All right, well, there it is. Confidence can change everything in an instant. Grave, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck to you and the rest of BTOWN.
Thank you.
From the one and only Daniel D-Gon Gonzalez, interviewing a couple of our squads here going into this, and I love it, Dave. I don't care where you're at. I don't care where you came into this from. Having the dream for the PMGC, that says a lot about a squad.
That's the goal. That is the goal, and this is the place to accomplish that goal. So with only this weekend and then the finals left, we started with the marathon, but it's quickly turning into that sprint to that finish line here. So hopefully some of these teams can really take advantage of all the money that's online this super weekend, get as much money as possible, and of course, try to accumulate as many PMGC points as possible here in Miramar.
I mean, that's it. You're trying to be one of those top NA squads representing us on the world stage with the best of the best. But in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And that's where we're at right now. The final weekend, these final chicken dinners, these final shots at $1,000. And of course, a big thank you as always to the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro for supporting this fantastic program here in NA. Dave, that's what we're talking about. Let's get into Miramar.
That's what we're talking about.
Hey.
As Lazarus is going to be the first team to drop out. I'm looking at 19E and Pro Era, the second teams to drop out. I'm curious if they're going to kind of clash it out here tonight to get the $1,000. And I think you were listening to me tell my ebook in game number 1. You were relaxing. I saw you relaxing, drinking some water. You were relaxing. And I'm thinking the Knights, like, are the Knights going to really fight Ghost Gaming here early game? I was really hyping up the Knights because the Knights, yeah, you got that money. Yeah, you want money. But the other teams, they're competing for a spot in the Americas season number 2 that's coming up after the final. So, like, the Knights, they won last Americas. They're already invited. So I'm really curious, like, what's the game plan? What's the strategy? What do the Knights want to do here? Who do the Knights want to hunt down? Because they really have the ability, in my eyes, to kind of do that here in Virum.
I think it's one part hunt down, and I think it's 2 parts of just play together, just get in the reps. Because, again, on paper, in theory, I think a lot of folks would consider this a stronger iteration of the team that even won the last America's Championship. You got Coops, you got Xenox, those 2 of those all-star players together on one roster now. But this team, I don't think has necessarily been living up to our expectations. They're only in 7th place right now, Dave. So I think if I'm the Knights, I honestly, this is a weird thing to say, I would forget the other teams are in the lobby. I would focus in on the idea that you are all about playing for yourselves right now, working on your communication, working on your synergy, and breaking the game down to its smallest components, smart pushes, smart utility usage, great team fighting, good team shooting. That's what I want to see here from them. And hey,
well,
I'm looking at how close Dope Esports is.
Yeah,
they may have an early opportunity to do so.
Dope need to be extra cautious because they're one of those teams that are below that bubble who are similar to the Illuminati this weekend, trying to at least get 118 points. If they acquire 118 points, they would have knocked out the hit list. So the hit list will not be joining us for the NA finals, and they will be doing so. But Dope, last game, wiped out real early on. And with how close they are to Knights right now, I know you're kind of talking about it here. Your opinion is Knights haven't been popping off too much, but that's still a team that early game I would not want to get near. And you're not the only one that feels that way in Virum, so I totally get it. I respect your opinion, but I also can disagree with it. All right?
Okay.
Don't hate me.
Okay.
Because I saw in chat, I was watching the other day, and I saw in chat, someone was like, Coops, man, really slacking this season. Coops, what happened? I'm like, and I was thinking to myself, and like, I talk about Coops all the time, and I was thinking, like, how can you say that if he has 105 kills in the lobby, 23k damage? Like, how could you sit here and type that? I was about to slap someone. I know Polo is in first place. I'm just saying, like, 105 kills, like, in this lobby, like, come on. Second place, Polo's right ahead with 112 kills. But Coops still has more damage.
Dave? And can I add to that? Because I think you're raising a very interesting point here. Because last season, it was 3 protect 1. We did an entire fight breakdown around the way that Knights works around Coops, how they put all their eggs into that basket. They just play bodyguards to set this guy up. So now you don't have that. They're playing more of a 2-2 with 2 different squads. Xenox and Coops sort of taking lead sort of point position, and then the other 2 players backing them up a little bit more. So not only does he have less outright support this season, but he's able to still put up numbers like that. I want to reiterate to your point how I think even more so how impressive that is. And I would argue this is a better overall lobby. I think the overall skill level has increased. So that makes it even more difficult. I think Coops is probably looking as good as we've ever seen.
Ooh, yeah. Last season, I can compare it. It was like Miami Heat with just Jimmy Butler. But this season is Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero because Xenox putting in that work, able to really provide that support for their squad mates. So they have a lot. underneath working for him here this season. And the Knights, I have them top 5. But talk about being top 5. Last game, 19E. Oh, they did so good. And I was looking at the numbers. Carnage got 2 kills, Sam 4 kills, Leon 1, and Acer 1. But Carnage back in the lobby, had the most damage last game from the entirety of the squad. Yes, it's only 1 game. But remember, they sat out Carnage. Carnage was on a little break. They had Juicy in. They qualified. But now Carnage is back, looking to reclaim that title of top fragger on the squad, maybe this week.
And it's so important because, you're looking at this in a vacuum. You're like, well, you're a team up there near the top. You've already qualified for the finals. What are you really worried? A, money, chicken dinners, great. B, PMGC points. All these things are important. So I am not surprised at. Oh, that was a sad bounce. That was a sad bounce.
Oh, it was a bounce.
It was a bounce. It hit the rock.
Oh, and then that one goes right past Fishy. Imagine if you're Fishy right here. You're just like listening to these grenades pass your head, pass you by. You're clearly pinned down, and Pan?
Okay.
Pan must have been scoping in hard right there. Dude looking for a headshot, but they got boinked in return. Okay.
And now Fishy on the edge here, trying not to have his Simba moment. And just trying to make it down alive. That's the game plan here. As the rest of 19E are just pushing on in, though. Carnage does actually end up going down. And Lolo able to win that exchange. That's big, which means now the rest of 19E need to group up and get back to him. Acer on a bit of a timer here, but the way Pro Era is set up on this low ground, I think it'll be no issue whatsoever for 19E to get Carnage back up and in this. But what this does do, Dave, is create an opportunity for Pro Era to back up, get on out of there, and just try and have a video game.
That is true. And with only 2 alive, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. But they are going to be somewhat center. And now we can see in the background the Knights also on a rotate. So the Knights might be the new challenger over here to 19E, as Carnage just recently picked up. Looks like Alucard doing some scouting, maybe spotting something over here. Possibly.
Those are some Spidey senses tingling right there. That is just thousands of hours of gameplay. Maybe you heard a shot earlier. Maybe you heard a grenade, and your mind is put a little ping down there on the map. You're like, well, 19E, that's actually a strong, powerful position. This is dead center of the next circle. The IGL brain, that macro play, starting to think, calculate, grind those numbers, crunch those numbers. And we'll see if the Knights potentially end up making a play in, because these squads are a dead, and I mean dead center of this next circle.
Yeah, and another thing that you have to kind of take into consideration is that a lot of these teams, they're creatures of habit, right? They have their drop spot. After they loot their drop spot, they have their rotational pathing that they like to take up. They have their favorite mountaintop. So with that in mind, all it takes is a couple sessions of VOD reviews, and teams could easily kind of have that mental map on where certain squads might be during certain periods of the game. So a lot of squads right now, pretty center. Squads not center, still out there in the distance. I'm looking down there towards the south. You got the Panthers, you got Dope, you got Boring Protocol. Now, Boring Protocol, we didn't really stress too much where their current position is on the overall leaderboard, because coming into tonight, they're 16th. I thought they can definitely maintain that, but they're honestly like, they're cutting it close in Virum. Like, they could totally lose that spot here this weekend to either the Illuminati or Dope. So they're on the edge too. Like, they are not out of the woods. They are in the woods right now when it comes to that pressure and the overall leaderboard.
I mean, I'm looking at this, Dave. They need 30 points. That would pass the hit list. That would, by 1 point, would get them right up there, push them down a little bit, give them a little bit more padding to work with. That's 2 points a game. If you're here at this stage, Dave, you made it to the 3rd Super Weekend of the PMPL North America, and you can't average 2 points, a 2 PPG. We've seen teams average 13. If you can't do 2, then okay, maybe the finals ain't the place. So we're looking for them to do at least that, and I am fully confident the Boring Protocol can do that.
Okay. So you got to pick then. In Virum, everybody, Boring Protocol. Top 16. We're going to hold you to it. Oh, kill switch, though. Talk about the communication. Yeah, Baba pull up right behind. Dude, WallStreetBets get one chicken dinner. Next thing you know, they're out here just slaying, taking out people, sniping them one by one.
Drago is up here on an island, here on this mountaintop, just this peninsula, this pinnacle of rock, and then Baba's not. And that's what set XSET back a little bit, Dave. And for XSET, they're a squad that works really, really well. If they're close together, they push as a squad, they work as a squad. Them only having 3 to start off this game, that's actually a pretty big hit for them.
And XSET, like, just a very interesting squad to kind of just look at throughout the entirety of the Super Weekend. Super Weekend number 1, if I recall, $5,000. Like, they had 5 chicken dinners. Super Weekend number 2, not a lot of momentum. And now, they're just, I don't know, just slowly sliding and not in that right direction. Oh, leaderboards. Okay.
It's left. The direction they're sliding is left, not intentional on that one. No, I agree. And it's interesting because it's hard to maintain that kind of performance over like 50 games in 3 weeks. Like, it's tough. There's mental fatigue in play. These players are playing 5 days a week. That is a full-time job and then some, because that doesn't include VOD review, that doesn't include scrims, that doesn't include individual practice, that doesn't include just like overall admin that goes along with this. So I can't really fault them, but at the same time, like, this is the end. You know, this is the final bit. This is the final push to get in there, do the work, practice how you play, get to the finals. You have a little bit of a break after this weekend, Dave. So I want to see the XSET of old pop up here, and I very strongly believe that we can see that as they're pushing into this next circle. Junkyard, Hacienda still in play. Elazar, Illuminati in a pretty good spot there at dead center. As actually, continuing to be dead center. They're in a great position right now.
And just to kind of double back real quick, like, I'm not knocking on XSET at all. They're 3rd place overall. They're doing phenomenal. They average higher than anybody else when it comes to average kills per game. 5.29 is what I'm looking at here. So they are popping up. What I'm talking about is their chicken dinner count. That is what I'm talking about specifically. Week 1, 5 chickens. After that, no chickens. So you have to assume when you do qualify for Super Weekend, I think one of your priorities is getting that cash money. So just wanted to kind of double back to that, clear my point up, because I don't want anybody thinking like, yo, Dave, what's he talking about? You know, XSET not doing good. No. I'm talking chicken dinner, son. Money.
And that's a great point, because, Dave, I actually think you maybe, sort of answered a question that I didn't even know if you knew you posed. They're the highest in terms of kills. They are focusing so heavily in terms of kills, taking these smart fights. I almost wonder if it's more of a conscious decision to not necessarily prioritize some of these chicken dinners. Why, in this case, on the Super Weekends, I'm not 100% sure. Again, go for the cash money. But maybe for them, it's all about just, again, getting that practice in, looking forward, looking towards the finals, looking towards potentially the global championship, and continuing to get that practice together. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a chance to talk to them, ask them a little bit about that as these teams are pushing in towards this next circle, Dave. It's going to be a mad scramble. There are 2 main roads in play, and if you can get set up camping along one of those, you could be in a great position.
All day long. YDD, we saw last game get more damage than our winner chicken dinner from game 1. WallStreetBets did as the entire squad. So YDD going to be the roadblock right here for Boring Protocol. Looks like one of the squad mates, Valak, might have got picked apart and popping on over here. Dope Esports LLC getting caught in a pickle in the mountains just a little north of Junkyard.
It comes down to Nesquik with a Tommy gun and getting hard pinched. 3 players, ain't nothing you can do. And WallStreetBets, Dave, showing up, showing some life. I love their splits. They've identified, we're playing Miramar. We can play a little bit further spread. The chances of us getting third-partied are that little bit smaller, and they are taking full advantage of it, Dave. They are making the right calls, and they are being rewarded.
Ooh, the Panthers trying to teach XSET a lesson. And where's Polo? Where's Polo? Because, you know, Polo Gonna be fragging out here, but Polo might be done. Yep, Polo's done. Jay was the last one. And kind of back to your point, maybe XSET, they're just looking for kills because they're trying to make sure Polo gets MVP. Maybe they're trying to make sure Polo stays number one. Stays number one. Exactly, because you get money for that too. And listen, if you're number one in a lobby, that puts your name on the map like it did last season for Coop. So who knows? And one thing that I do know, though, the east side here in Virum, it's a mess. It's a clown fiesta.
It is indeed. That southeast side just outside of Junkyard is an absolute nightmare, as the Knights are discovering / making for WallStreetBets as Drago, I would say their star player, losing that 1v1, a scrap of HP making the difference. But both of these teams are on the outside of the blue, or outside of the circle, I should say. They're going to have to move. They are not in this next zone, and they have about 3 teams between them and it. But first and foremost, you got to get through the Knights. Chico is down. Coops is going for the send, the revive. What a team player, as Alucard is laying down so much cover fire, creating so much space. And I think Knights might just be able to reset. But the question is, will Alucard make it out alive?
Baba's coming. Baba has 3 kills this game also. WallStreetBets, they made a roster change during league play, and since then, they have just been dominating. And talk about dominating. It looks like 19E tried to push up here on the edge of this compound that Nova were defending. We're occupying, and now Sam up here on the high ground. Kind of just watch their teammates get blown to smithereens down here.
And we saw a similar play of, I know I'm getting pushed, I know I'm going to get knocked, so I'll throw a long cook grenade and take us both out, which is what we did end up kind of seeing there. We're seeing the double push coming in around WallStreetBets this time, looking to try and get the flank or maybe even bypass the Knights altogether. But Chico had about 1 second of angle on that shot, Dave, and took it with both hands. And just like that, WallStreetBets down to potentially only 2 players.
Yeah, it looks like WallStreetBets kind of getting pressured by the zone here a little much, and they kind of lost track of the Knights right ahead of them. I feel like going for the fight might have been the play, but they tried to rotate past the Knights, and it looks like they're going to lose 2 in the process.
I also think it's interesting, the Devotion coming in for them. Maybe also part of the reason they've been looking a little bit better. Again, they still have to make it into this next circle. There's still a lot of unanswered questions for them, but they are going to go for a loop. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it in a round. As we're seeing Knights continue to push in. Devotion actually stops, getting in behind them here potentially. Maybe just going to go for some kills. Coops, though, with the vehicle right on by. Can Devotion find the shots? The answer is absolutely not.
Coops in the tank out here. The M249 going to be going for that spray down on the Drago across the way. Drago done. Coops behind the boulder, cooking a grenade. Going to be tossing this grenade on top of Devotion, who definitely had the opportunity to take out Coops a couple of moments ago.
And right as I'm, maybe this is part of the reason they're looking a little bit better. Devotion, pressure. Maybe getting to them a little bit here. Will send it into the next circle. Prioritize trying to stay alive. And okay! Gifted a kill right in front of them. Nova picks up the down. Devotion says, beep, beep. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. On to the next one. And is somehow in this next zone. But for how long? Dave, what a series of events.
Seriously, talk about just a random point. And that's a nice point that they'll be able to acquire before getting taken out right there.
They are indeed. Speaking of getting taken out, Telly, long-range shots, Car 98, the Knights in a horrible position. Coop is the last one standing for this squad as we're jumping on board now with Boring Protocol. And Dave, the Illuminati have gotten the last every circle. They've gotten every circle.
It happened last game too. Remember, they went to Pachinki, and I told you the 3 rules this week of the Illuminati. Play safe, stay as 4, and bless for the zone. Bless for the zone. They're doing all 3 here.
They are indeed, and we'll keep an eye on them as the teams inexorably get pushed in towards them, but they've got to push through each other first. This time it's Lazarus and the Panthers, as we also see the last remaining member of 19E attempting to supplant Nova Esports, but it will not come to pass. G3, Telly up on the high ground. Legal, huge position here, Dave. Will be playing as the anchor, but of course, in the anchor in this situation means you're the closest one with your butt to the blue.
Looks like G3 trying to toss the grenade into the smokes of the pickup. Looks like it's going to be going right past Jay here. those pickups might be successful. And Legal always playing that anchor, always playing that off angle over the squad, trying to play that overlook. But over here, Ghost Gaming looking to get involved with BTOWN.
Well, that's the next fight up on the menu. Grave in the smoke. HH24 knows they are there. Drake is still down, though. Big 1v1 there. Tense is able to get the better of that exchange, which means that with that, BTOWN are in shambles. But Grave looking to put Tensa there as well. It's actually 2-2 right now, as both teams have been able to get a couple of knocks to start this one off. HH24 coming around the outside, trying to spray in through the blue. Will damage Grave a little bit, who's down to half HP. But here comes a big frag from BTOWN. Does so much, and just like that, BTOWN Esports is out of there.
That's that good old-fashioned bail mail for you. And as quick as that fight was done with, well, Lazarus Joey out here with the Groza, looking to connect on the Legal. Got him! That's what they said right there. Taking out the Panthers. Now, the Panthers, they do still have one up. I believe it's going to be Jane, a vehicle, in the smoke. And that smoke is just a giant red flag right here. They know exactly where the solo is from the Panthers, and I think they know that too. They're popping out. They're running opposite directions right here.
They are indeed. Just trying to stay alive, Dave. That's the name of the game if you're one of these teams with solos left. Is boring protocol experienced, and that's so for the Panthers. Get caught, and Coops, this vehicle was already smoking. Maybe he found a new buggy because there's zero chance that that's the same one he was in before.
So everybody's playing Edge right here. I'm really curious, what has the Illuminati been doing? How many kills do they have? How much damage do they have? Because their main objective right here is to try to take shots at everybody, get as many points as possible, get as many knocks as possible, because they have the only compound in this zone practically, while everybody else just fighting for scraps on the edge.
And they're still going to get it as the circle shifts. Nova Force to the outside will get taken out. Syndicate will join them shortly after, as Mezexis and Ghost will likely be the next ones to clash here on the road. But a great angle from Ghost Gaming. And they just get to rain down some nades, look for this opening knock, set themselves up with some smokes. 24K could be a fly in the ointment, though, at this back angle here if they can find it. But all they need is one knock, Dave, and Ghost, they're going to go.
Dude, BTOWN is just on it right here, trying to push. They got the grenades, they got the knock on a Starlight. BTOWN with the UMP suppress right here, going for those pre-fires through the smokes over here, trying to connect. Any random bullet through the smokes will be able to seal the deal. But look right here, Lie right behind the bus. BTOWN, spray down! Taking out Lie.
Huge play from Ghost, not only to know how to take that push, but also to lay down those smokes on the high ground so that the anchor player couldn't leverage the angle. That was absolutely massive. Ghost is looking clean. They've got 9 kills. The Illuminati, this whole time, they've been playing possum. They only have a single one. But we'll see if it's going to matter as we get down towards this final series of circles. 24K from Mezexis still out there on the outside, is actually, I believe, in this next zone. But Coops, Dave, he's got a ways to run.
How is Coops still alive, though? I feel
Don't ask me this, Dave. Don't ask me this.
Coops definitely has been getting shot from multiple teams throughout, like, the mid to late game. And Ghost, you know what they said? They said, listen, we know Nova. They're in second place for PMGC points, but today, we're going to leave them in the dust. We're going to smoke them. We're going to make sure they have no chance. So 10 kills so far, 4 up. They're looking to set up for a potential chicken dinner here.
And I mean, they're in a great position to do just that. They are in this next zone. But Lazarus in here as well. AZ mollying his own teammate. Not an ideal situation. Coops is just destroying them all by himself, which is not optimal if you're a fan of the Illuminati. They've been playing quiet this whole game, and Coops is literally destroying them by himself. Coops, we hyped you up. We sing your praises. And Dave, that is absolutely why. This man is a machine. He is a monster. He is the monster of Miramar.
The monster of Miramar. With the M249, 5 kills so far this game alone. Quickly approaching that first place spot for the top damage dealer / kill points in the entirety of the lobby here. Still out there. The man on a mission. Let's see what they can do. It's going to be challenging. Lazarus with 4. Ghost with 4.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. I'm curious. How many more kill points can Coops get here in this game?
At this point, I think you play quiet. I think you slow it all down. Ghost are very focused on Lazarus, who are right in front of them. They're able to get that opening knock. And while this is happening, Dave, you can see it on the minimap. He is oh so close. I legitimately think you try and snake your way in behind, let them get into a fight with Lazarus, and then when the moment is right, you just jump right on in and see if you can stab him right in the back. I think that is the only play, and I think that's exactly what's on his mind. HH24, though, Dave, knows something is up. Head on a swivel.
Yeah.
That's going to make this so much harder. They are on high alert.
No backpack, PMPL skin, on fleek, M249, lock and loaded, ready to go. Definitely have to keep your eye on Coops. Coops might be the spoiler here on the side of Ghost Gaming, because once when Coops starts to pop off, well, that'll open it up for other squads to also get involved with taking out Ghost Gaming.
I mean, Ghost Gaming
now have
has
the zone.
Dave, they have done everything right to win this game. They have taken down team after team. They've taken smart pushes. They've worked together. And they are primed to do it right now. Lazarus have to send it. They get a little bit blessed with the zone as well. Everything is going their way, but one player, Coops, could be the wrench thrown right there. The spanner in the works. But as I say all this, Dave, Ghosts don't care. They're just going to get kills.
Ghosts have a nice spot, a nice little ledge that's... Coops did pop up at the end. Joey grows
and could still play spoiler. Dave, this is huge. They got, because of this, HG24 goes down. Joey can get another one. That's the opening in the flank they needed. I don't care if he lives or dies. If you talk about taking down Ghost, that's the only way it happens. Lazarus was just given a gift. If there was any chance that they win this game, Dave, it was handed to them by the Knights and by Coops.
2v1.
Huge nade.
Oh, trying to get the pickup.
Joey's
Joey
crawling his way in. He needs to put. I mean, if they get this reset, there's no way. Ghost will not lose a 3v1. Zero chance. Joey pushes in. No time to heal. That's it. I say that though. Bayo just dropped. Low on HP. And Ghost Gaming still get it done. They will not be denied. They will not be held back. They will get that chicken dinner with 14 kills. Oh my goodness. Me oh my. Ghost Gaming are in the server. Take your $1,000.
Wow. Wow. GG. Seriously. Miramar coming out on top. Winner chicken dinner. And what was that? Joey at the end? 6 kills also. Got a shout out to Coops, the wrecking ball, taking out the Illuminati. But winner chicken dinner. Damage 2,451. 15 kills. My goodness. This is the Ghost Gaming that everybody has been anticipating here. And they're showing up for the final super weekend just in time. You'll love to see it. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what else you love to see? Well, the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crates. Now on sale. Go into the PUBG mobile store, go get it, unlock it, and you could wear the same skins that last game Coops was wearing. Skins equal wins. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello and welcome back to the PMPL. Always excited to see you guys here. Map number 2 in the books, and let's go ahead and take a look at the top. And it's always OnePlus. Our friends at OnePlus continue to push forward with some of the best technology made specifically for gamers. Flagship performance with the 120 hertz refresh rate, hyper touch technology. OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best bet to find yourself at the top of the leaderboards. Breaking it down, let's take a look at map number 2's leaderboards, as we have seen some fantastic performances out of teams that we might not have guessed. Here, off the rip, we've seen some strong stuff out of the teams that find themselves towards the top, and everybody looking to the finals 7. As we reflect on the map ranking of map number 2, what are your thoughts?
Ghost Gaming, waking up. They didn't have to wait for Sanhok to kind of have that wake up moment. We've been talking about how Nova's been catching up to them for Ghost Gaming to be able to put up this kind of performance. 15 kills with the 15 plays, 30 points total. Then we have Lazarus as well. I mean, we really haven't heard about Lazarus for a long time. For them to be able to put up 19 points, it's great as well. Knights, you heard myself and Glitter calling them out in that last match, saying, hey, we expect a lot more out of them, and that's the reason why we called them out, because we know they could definitely do a lot more. They were able to put up 17 points themselves. Mezexis, a team that missed out on the last Super Weekend, they're currently performing really well there too. Nova Esports as well, 9 points for them. The Illuminati and WallStreetBets, to be honest, those two teams are definitely surprising me with the way they're performing today, especially with WallStreetBets. We're seeing a resurgence here on the kill points for them, which is really interesting. It's not just Drago anymore, as I've been saying. Now it's Devotion as well. Now it's Baba OP. So this is quite a refreshment for them. We do have the Panthers there with 4 points. As we're going to be going here towards the second page, we're going to be seeing some interesting names, Glitter.
Listen, it is the weekend of aggression, and I'm here for it right now, okay? But I'm just going to jump straight on down to the bottom. We've got Ogilvy with only 1 point, who struggled in the first match. XSET at absolutely 0, and Dope Esports. And the reason Dope Esports is a big deal is because they are one of those teams that needs points. If they want to be able to qualify into finals, they can't be having games like this where they're ending up with 0 points whatsoever on the board. Boring Protocol being another squad that needs those points as well, and only able to get 2 this time around. So some of our teams that needed the points are doing very well, and then on the flip side, there are some that are struggling a little bit. We're going to need to see if they can pick it up throughout the rest of today.
Hopefully they're really able to pick it up today. I think we've seen some strong performances from some of the teams that need to do so. Ghost Gaming are one of these teams that need is a big word, okay? I'm going to walk away from this real quick, but Ghost Gaming have been kind of more quiet than we expect them to do. So we're going to take a look at their numbers real quick and see what they've got going on here. 7. Talk to me about Tensa, Beowulf, and the boys.
Definitely, and remember, it's not quiet. It's just called sandbagging. That's what we're calling it from now. That's the big conspiracy here. We do have Beowulf, though, on that last match. I mean, if it's not Tensa, it's Beowulf. If it's not Beowulf, somebody usually steps up from this team, and this is why this is one of my favorite teams and why I thought they were sandbagging. We have Beowulf there, 712 damage, 7 kills, 6 knocks, 25. I mean, average survival time, obviously we have the 3 players right there. Tensa as well being able to put up great damage, even though he wasn't able to turn that damage into kills like Beowulf does, is still going to help out the team in a big way. I mean, these 2 players right here, if we compare it to what WallStreetBets was able to do in their last chicken dinner, those 2 players alone got more damage as well than WallStreetBets. And then we have Spec. Spec was able to put up great damage to get 2 kills. And then HH24, this is usually a big question mark for this team. He's currently showing up as well. Overall, Ghost Gaming has started the day off amazing. They got this chicken dinner, and in the last game on Erangel, I believe they ended up with 6 kills too. So they're currently fragging. They're kind of changing maybe their meta a little bit. They're going from being that passive team to just waiting to see what happens to now they're starting to being that aggressive team. Ghost Gaming definitely showing us just a bunch of faces, and I'm all for it here because the PMGC points are still a thing. They don't want to let Nova Esports catch up. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the gap between those two was 162 points, which in a span of 6 days, technically, that we have left for those points to matter, is Nova could definitely catch up. So this is Go saying, hey, calm down, chill. We're here for a reason.
There's a number of teams that we look to be the top contender, and honestly, this season around, we just haven't really seen all that consistency. There's that word again. So Ghost Gaming is one of those teams. The Knights also coming through. The black and yellow, they do really well in league play, and then kind of quiet down a little bit when it comes down to the weekend here, Glitter. The Knights, though, I've enjoyed watching them. What do you have to say about Pittsburgh Knights and their performance overall?
Honestly, I'm excited that I get to talk about them here for this weekend. Okay, now what we're doing is we are comparing today versus their averages from last Super Weekend. Now, I know it looks like the numbers on the right side are higher, but that's because you got to take into consideration that is across the entire Super Weekend. That's 15 games. Already, their average for today is almost matching that. Their average survival time is already higher than last Super Weekend. I called them out after that last match, said that I didn't like where they were on, the standings in that first match. I don't know if they heard me. I don't know if, it was just maybe a little bit of a rocky start, but the performance that we saw out of them in Miramar, I mean, we heard in Virum, Dub, Coops, the monster of Miramar, and I don't disagree because Coops is performing phenomenally for this team. He's already at almost 1k damage in just the 2 matches alone. He's pretty much more than double the damage of everybody else on the squad right now. I mean, the fact that their assists are practically dead even after 2 matches versus 15 matches, this is so much closer to the Knights that we were hoping to see on Super Weekend, especially after the performances that we have grown very accustomed to seeing them get when we have the league play portion. Now I just hope that it's not just this one performance. I want to see it throughout the rest of today, the rest of the entire weekend, because that's a scary Knight squad.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's definitely able to bounce back, right? Sorry, I wanted to cut in out. They were definitely able to bounce back from what they showcase in Erangel, and I think that's what you were saying. It was so impressive, those stats right there, Glitter, because they just had an abysmal performance in Erangel, and for them to be able to showcase that, what they're capable of in a way in Miramar, it's a great performance. As Glitter was saying, this is exactly what we want to see out of Knights.
That's what we want to see out of these top teams for sure. Find that bounce back as we head over to the finals and able to kind of collect themselves. Don't get me wrong. I like to see some upsets and some strange names towards the top, but you also get a little used to seeing the neighborhood look similar. And so I want to see some of that stuff towards the top for sure. Knights putting things together and moving forward. Shout out to the Knights and their org. Always great stuff supporting their teams. But of course, you guys can support as well. Usually when I plug our socials, I ask you guys to get involved in the conversation and give us some nuanced takes. I just want to see the fans. Hashtag PMPL at us and let us know who your favorite player is, who your favorite team is, and why they're going to win. I don't want no strategy. I don't want X's and O's. I want trash talk. That's what I want to hear this time around, guys. So let us know. Hashtag PMPL. Find us all over the internet and get involved for sure. So Seven and Glitter, we're going back to Erangel here. So all that conversation that we had about the boys on Miramar and working out, old classic, a return to Erangel. So we'll see how this one works out. Of course, WallStreetBets took number 1 and number 2 a little bit different with Ghost Gaming, and so Erangel is where we're going. 7, let's talk map strategy. When we talk Sanhok, we talk about how small it is and how much of a frenzy it can be. And then when we see Miramar, we see different teams kind of step up. The classic, what's the take on Erangel?
I mean, it depends on where the circle ends. Obviously, we saw what WallStreetBets was able to do there on the last match. They were able to win the game with just 3 kills. They were able to just clutch up when they needed to. They were able to play passive. So it can be a lot of ways to play. We have seen teams be super aggressive, just you know, they're feeling confident. Maybe they're feeling like today's their day, and they just decide to hunt down teams. We've seen Nova being able to do that before. So it just comes down to how these teams are going to be reacting. Now, going to what we were saying there with WallStreetBets, I do want to see how they're going to turn out this next match, because even though in Erangel they weren't able to get a lot of kills, they ended up getting the chicken dinner. And now we went back to Miramar, and guess what? They didn't really get any placement points, but they were able to get kills. So I want to see them get like a nice little good marriage between placement points and also kills, because at the end of the day, as you've been saying, as we've been saying throughout this whole tournament, is the consistency that we're looking into, because there's teams all over the world that are very, very consistent when it comes to kills and placement points.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be looking towards those placement points. You got to look towards the points whatsoever. As we said, our teams here, the 16 squads that have qualified, all of them looking towards the finals. So the points that our teams collect right here are going to be combined with the points that they get from last time around and the time before that. And I believe it is time to go to the game. Analysts, thank you for your time. We will return and break down our third map in just a little bit. And so for now, we're going to talk a little bit about the upcoming go. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Our commentators are standing by. For now, I will leave you with one piece of information. Sanhok's a little small. Miramar's medium size. Erangel is where you got to bring out the big guns. This is where you bring out the big competition. Let's go to the big competition. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, F. Dot. Let's get into the match. What's going on, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with my homie Zute. Zute, ready to cast match number 3?
I'm ready. I'm ready. And we got the last 3 matches today. And let me tell you something. Something that's different is that Ghost Gaming, they're popping off earlier in the day. Usually from what I recall, they always start ramping up towards the last 2 to 3 games, but they just got a chicken dinner last game. So maybe, I mean, we got 3 games left. You think Ghost is going to be like prime Ghost form, like season 1 Ghost, where they were just literally like getting chickens back to back and just, you know, also getting the zones back to back? You know, we kind of saw how zones and Ghost Gaming work hand in hand, right, Hodgix?
Absolutely. I mean, like, this is how it works. If Ghost doesn't get the zone, they're going to put up some decent points. If they get the zone, they're getting a chicken dinner with like 15 kills. You know, that seems to be the strategy. I almost think, though, when we see, like, when I constantly hear, like, oh, Ghost inconsistency, these kind of things, I just think it's because they're chilling and trying new things. It's like when they want to try hard and get some points, dude, they get them. And I think that here, they're just like, you know what? These points count towards PMGC. Nova's getting just a little too close.
That is
Why don't
true.
let's just, you know, create that separation just in case, especially when you start seeing Nova heat up. I think it's time to get a little extra serious. So I'm glad to see Ghost starting off strong.
Yeah, I mean, you see it right there on the left side of the screen, guys. Nova was number 1 for a little bit, and just like that, with that chicken that Ghost got, Ghost is back on top. So I think Ghost is trying to reclaim their throne in that number 1 spot, especially since we're heading towards the very last week of the regular league play, right? So you mentioned Nova, and Ghost and Nova, the 2 hard hitters. What's your take on Nova with how they've been doing so far today, and then just like in general, like their growth over the course of all the weeks so far?
Dude, I mean, I think we've seen them just grow exponentially. Definitely. I think we've seen a different Nova squad now versus at the start of this tournament. I mean, if you really look at these 2 teams and you're comparing them, and to be honest with you, we're going to be comparing them a lot because these are the 2 squads really going at it for the PMGC slot at this point. And in my opinion, I mean, they're the 2 best squads in the lobby. So when you look at Ghost versus Nova, Nova's a newer squad, right, compared to Ghost. Like, Ghost has had this roster for a while, a lot longer than Nova has had their roster. So I think that we're starting to see Nova already. We know the skill set all the players have. They're just starting to gel together. And every game, they just gel a little closer and closer. And I think that, you know, Ghost has their eyes open. And they're like, hey, you know what? We gotta be careful here. Because if they get on a hot streak, we're going to get passed up.
I love that point you bring up, that the Nova team is newer, right? And I love how these two teams are the top teams currently right now in North America, but their style is so different from one another. Ghost Gaming, I would say they're like one of those teams that play more conservative. They do what they have to do to get the points, but they don't go out of their way to get the points. But with the Nova team, you see them do those huge wide splits. You see them like execute some pretty aggressive pushes when they have a team isolated. The Nova team, they will go out of their way to get those points. And so, I mean, all it comes down to is like which team gets that synergy down better, and then maybe we could start talking very soon, like maybe which strategy is overall better, right? But right now it's so neck and neck right now.
Could see Lolo taking some shots at his homie across the way. Might have seen something with that DP, but I mean, it's so hard to compare those two different strategies, right? I mean, you look at Ghost, they like to play so well together, and I think they're the best team that plays grouped up. Like, they do 3-1 splits just so well. And they know they play passive when they need to. They play aggressive, like a switch, and their reaction time is almost instant as a full group. But you look at Nova, they do the same thing, but with 4 split wide out, and it works. It's like you can definitely tell that whoever Nova has as their coach, it's the same. It's got to be somebody that knows the coach for Nova from the team in the East, because that's how they. Yeah, definitely. So I mean, I think the secret sauce is passed down in the org. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
I talked to Shifan about like their coaching, right? So initially, like a lot of us might have thought that the coach that coaches the Nova NA team is the same coach that coaches the Chinese team, the Chinese Nova team. But they actually have 2 separate coaches. They have 2 different coaches. They have one specifically dedicated to the North American scene that specifically strategizes around how the North American scene plays. But that doesn't change the fact, like you said, the secret sauce is passed down in the org. There are a lot of similarities when it comes to playstyle between the Nova Chinese team and the Nova NA team. And so like it's great to see them bringing this new style into the North American scene, right? It's a style that other teams from North America can learn from in a way. And it's like, you know, Ghost Gaming, like their style, a lot of teams try to emulate that style, but it really comes down to the minute details for Ghost Gaming, the way they play it. So maybe, you know, a team like Nova, which their style it's more exaggerated, right? You can see the huge 1-1-1 splits. You can see the aggression setups. It's a style that, you know, you can maybe like look and copy more. But, you know, Ghost Gaming, on the other hand, like they're rolling with one car right now up to Mount Everest. You don't see Nova ever do that. All in one vehicle, all clumped up together, especially in the first zone. In the first zone, Nova is like split 1-1-1-1-1 across the map. So it's like so different.
So different, absolutely. And the crazy thing is that secret sauce that Nova is passing along to each other, that is some championship sauce. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like global championship. It works, right? It's been proven in the East against, you know, if you really want to be honest, the best teams in the world, you know? So I think when I look at these two different teams' play styles, I would have to say, and I wonder what your take on is on it, Nova's strategy to emulate is way harder than Ghost's. Like doing that 4-person split and to be able to like have that knowledge and IQ to be able to cover each other's angles perfectly, and almost like they push together as a squad, 4 split at the same time. That is ridiculously tough. And I think that's maybe why Nova struggled early on. But as they play, as they keep going, that strategy that just gets a little bit easier for them. And we've seen what it's been able to do in the East. And it ain't no joke. It ain't no joke.
I gotta agree with you there at 100%. Right now, all the teams are just making their way on this Erangel game. We're still only in the first circle phase. A lot of teams just rotating, taking up positions. We saw Ghost Gaming take that cube compound position right at the bridge. Super strong position in this map. Not dead center of the circle, but pretty freaking close. And they have the option of rotating north of that river or south of that river, right? The Knights right here taking a northern rotation, picking up some vehicles. Everybody's just getting situated. And this circle, we do have that river that I just mentioned. The next circle shift could be huge.
Absolutely. I hate these circles, to be honest. I mean, they're so difficult as a player to manage because you have to really make a bet to go on the southern island or northern, and the circle can really shift in either direction. You see Sam taking some shots on a Natsuo. Doesn't look like he's able to connect. But yeah, if this zone centers up, which I think it will, the teams are going to have to make a bet. They're going to have to decide. You're going to go on the north side or you have to go on the south side?
Oh, we'll see which one it goes to. But yeah, it might just center up, and that question mark may still be in the air. And yes, that's a huge question mark, because now it's like, are we going into the east side of Rozhok, or will the circle shift west to the west side of that map with two very dynamic different places? And you still got that question mark of north or south of the river. This one's definitely a tough one for teams to decide on.
Absolutely. And then you got Ruins right there. You're like, all right, let's go check out Ruins, right? This is going to be center map, but it sucks, right? It's so hard to rotate out of there if the zone goes away from it in either direction. So you can see, well, let's take a look at what the top teams are doing, right? I mean, you look at Nova and Ghost. Those are the teams you really want to look at.
They're gravitating towards each other right now.
Yeah.
The two top
teams.
You
can tell. Yeah, you can tell. They know. Like, they know where the best spot is. And they're literally headed in the same direction, most likely from the same spot. I mean, what more can you say?
Ghost is actually pulling up very close to the Nova team. You see Shifan there taking some shots, and okay, yep, Ghost realizes this location's taken. All right, we'll adapt. And Ghost Gaming, of course, one of the best teams when it comes to adaptability. So it could have been a Nova and Ghost Gaming fight, but like we said at the beginning of this thing, Ghost Gaming, they're a bit more conservative. They won't go out of their way to take a position over. Like, hey, if you guys have this spot, we'll let you have it.
No problem.
We can adapt. We could go somewhere else. But once it gets to that late game, like you said, Ghost flips that switch. You're like, yo, we want this spot. This spot is ours, and they'll take it by force. So the two teams separate off for now. 19 Esports also rotating close by, and Nova right now with a 2-2 split.
You know, that kind of reminds me, I think we saw a game where I was casting with Mustache Davis, probably like 6 Erangels ago, where the same position was up for grabs around this time, and Nova beat out Ghost to the same spot.
Yeah.
Like, what was it? 15 seconds, like 5 seconds. I thought it was you and I casting that, right?
It was you and I. Yeah, 5 second difference.
It was like a 5 second difference. Nova beat them, and then Ghost had to go off to the side. So it's kind of crazy to see, like, now that I think about that, the same thing happen in the same amount of time. You know, Nova just beating him to the punch a little bit. That kind of puts a little question mark in my head.
Yeah, these two teams know how strong that position is. And guess what? The team that took that spot over, if you remember, was XSET, because Nova kept playing that 2-2 split, and then XSET won the match. So, like we say, man, these top-level teams, we're only in Circle 2, and it's no coincidence these two teams in Circle number 2 both tried to take and look at the same exact position. So, for those aspiring players out there that, you know, wants to get into competitive, these are the minute details that when you guys are doing VOD reviews, when you guys are watching these competitive games, that you guys want to take note of.
Yeah, just to give you an example, you know, these players, when it comes to doing the VOD reviews, right, they're researching, they have full maps, like, printed out, where they type out circles of where each team drops and where they like to rotate. There's insane amount of data and analytics that go into this high level of play style. So, I mean, if you want to compete with the big boys, you got to put in the practice like the big boys do. Let's see where the big boys are going to go, though, where Big Papa Blue is going to send them. Okay, Rozhok, baby. Time to head north.
Not just north, but that river is still in play. That question mark. It's just been... I think this has been probably the most difficult consecutive circles. Circle 1 was a question mark. Circle 2 was a question mark. Circle 3 is an even bigger question mark now. And this is going to be one exciting game. I don't think we've lost like any players so far. We may have lost 1 or 2, but it's about to get very, very chaotic, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. You can already see teams trying to go for this Watertown spot. WallStreetBets are nice and set up pretty there. Issue is, like the question mark, if the circle goes to the north side, they're going to be in big trouble. So the team's trying to center up as best as he can, but how could you do that when you got a river right in the middle of it? It looks like Lolo's going to actually be swimming in that river while the rest of Pro Air is trying to catch up to him. And you can see Nova, everybody just getting beat up on this rotation. Such a tough one.
You can tell from the mini-map on your guys' screen right now,
Look at that.
just the scramble.
Everybody.
Yeah, the scramble. Cars, everybody in cars going whichever way. People getting caught on the rotation. Lolo had to ditch his car, go into the water. And the rest of Pro Era right now, it looks like they don't know if they can even cross that bridge because they saw multiple teams cross that bridge and they're not sure if that bridge is getting camped. Nova going the long way around, not taking that bridge where that cube compound is. They don't want to risk that. But then that delays your rotation, and they have to take blue damage. And by the time they do get to zone, right, there could be another team in front of them. So just absolute chaos right now from these teams taking rotations.
And that's going to be the same bridge that Ogilvy just took. The Panthers are taking the same rotation. It's just so funny to see teams just like literally go for the same strategy. And when a circle shifts like this, all of them have the same idea. It just causes all kinds of mayhem and something really funny to see. Nova are going to be taking a little bit of a different route than Ogilvy, and they're going to be sending it down this bridge. That's pretty dangerous. You know, Pro Aero is going to be there camping and waiting for them. I'm interested to see how Nova handles this bridge camp.
Yeah, Nova is stopping right now outside of zone to get some info, but yeah, they're going to run straight into the Pro Era team. Meanwhile, here on the north side, this Ogilvy team rotated to the northern edge. 19 Esports sitting comfortably in front of them at the compound. And even right now, while these players are gathering info, the one huge crucial piece of information that's missing, oh, that was so close. But the major issue that's missing with the info is the circle. They don't know where that circle is going to go. And it could go south of the river or north. It would change everything.
You tell me.
I'm a bet south. No, I'm a bet center up. I'm a bet center up.
Oh, you cheater.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, center to the right, you know? We'll call it. I'll call it. I think that's fine. But that's a horrible circle. That's a tough one.
Mark.
Yeah, that's another one. So another split where the teams are going to have to decide it. You're going to have to see Ghost just push into the edge of that circle and bully their way through Panther style, while the Panthers themselves are going against Nova here at the edge of the zone. 35 seconds left on the clock. They have to full send in a vehicle. They don't have any other choice.
No choice. So, I mean, the question mark is there, but at this point, for a lot of teams, there are no more options. They can't choose to rotate back around. We're going into circle number 4, and yeah, all the teams have to bully their way, just like you said, in Ghost Gaming, bullying their way into the XSET's position. Kill switch once again on top of the roof. A menace on the roof, but Spec. Oh my gosh. 9 out of 10 times a player on the roof, especially when it's kill switch, wins that fight, but Ghost Gaming, they're a different breed.
It's not just Ghost, it's Spec, dude. In my eyes, one of their top fragger. I mean, just an absolute insane player, but somebody who's been making some noise is Polo. Statistically, the best player in this tournament with a beautiful nade onto Beowulf, and you can see the smokes coming out for kill switch. And it's going to come out right on time. He's going to get this res.
The res is going to go through, but J7 got caught, and there's no way J7 is getting revived. Jay from the XSET team is across the bridge trying to hold a wider angle to help stabilize this situation. But this is classic Ghost, right? Ghost, they just play close together, and even if a team has multiple angles on them, their defense is so good. They're so aware of their angles that they don't lose any players. And usually when a team gets surrounded, and Ghost Gaming, they drove into this surrounding, and Ghost is still alive. And in fact, they have the upper advantage. They have 4 members up, and they took down one of XSET.
I gotta say, Ghost has the best defense, I think, in the entire league right now. When you knock one of them, it's like they become lions, or they just ascend and become that much harder to kill. You have to kill them all at once, or they will just keep reviving, and it's like you just cannot kill them. So XSET, they definitely have their work cut out for them. Polo, a great player. Killswitch, a phenomenal player as well. But I mean, what are you going to do when you got a full squad of Ghosts right in front of you?
It's just do the best you can, right? Ghost Gaming. I think you just
Hit
don't
those.
poke at them. You just don't poke at them anymore because they will always hit those. And oh, man, this is getting really tough for a lot of these teams. You can see right here, just on the edge, still trying to fight their way in. Boring Protocol eliminated, not able to make their way into the edge. And we got 3 teams already out during this stage. The Knights doing good in the zone. They have a nice little firm position there, but definitely nowhere close to center. And Nova's actually right in the center at that Wizard Tower, but the 19 Esports team pushing up here, getting aggressive. 19 Esports getting very proactive. 4v2 situation. Coops pops out, tries to take some shots. No connection, so Leon here, been such a huge player and showing up, improving every single day on this 19 Esports team.
Absolutely. Look at that beautiful bounce nade from Coops, though. He's going to beat up Carnage as well through that window. I don't think 19E really sees that spot available, and they're just getting beat up bad. You can see them full laid down right now. Xenox is going to throw another one right in their direction. Leon is so close. Trying to stop the shot. Constant drop shots back and forth, back and forth. But they have to finish this fight. They only got 27 seconds left on the clock, and they're outside of the circle.
Next circle shift did come out, did shift away. This is like a dance right now between these two teams, a tango between the Knights and 19 Esports, and the Knights are doing a very great job with this defense. 2v4, they just took the nade! 2 more Coops with the grenade to blow up that car. 1v1 situation now, Leon versus, oh, nope, not a 1v1, third party coming in, but Coops does take it out. Coops with 8 kills, the Knights with 11, and the tango does not stop as Mezexis wants to join in on this dance.
Oh, baby, Coops got his dancing shoes on tonight, and he just did, like you mentioned, the tango with 19E. Now, can he handle Mezexis? Gonna be a little bit too strong for him, but still, what a performance from Coops, regardless. Great plays coming out from him. Mezexis are going to be on the move from now. Ghost full sending it on to this next circle. HH24, as well as Bayo getting caught in the back by Killswitch. Killswitch isn't done yet. Got one.
If Ghost Gaming only thirsted that kill, it would be a completely different story. Killswitch so deadly. You cannot forget about that player. Even cooking deep in the blue, manages to get those shots. And Ghost Gaming down to 1, made it into zone, chilling in the water. WallStreetBets, also one team you gotta watch out for today. They've been kind of showing up. They got that chicken dinner in the first game, taking a fight with BTOWN. BTOWN seems like they do have the upper hand. It's down to the last player, and WallStreetBets get taken out just like that. BTOWN can get that full reset, keeping 4 players up.
Beautifully done for BTOWN. WallStreetBet try to hold on, not able to do so. Mezexis full sending it into the water. Oh, baby, it's like we can't get away from the water in Erangel. I love to see it. You're going to see Gallo have to make the same rotation. I'm sure he's going to send it probably under that bridge. But look how many players are already under that bridge, dude. They are set up and ready. It's the Illuminati.
The circle is still either north or south, and at this point, teams are just gonna be like, you know what? We're not gonna play this game anymore. We're gonna go center. We're gonna go center right into the water. The Mezexis team doing that. Ghost Gaming also in the water, and Illuminati. If it weren't for that bridge, they'd be in the water too. And it's still just north or south. Most likely, it's probably just gonna keep centering. And there we go. Oh, what a zone bless for the Nova team, but we still got water in play.
That is a massive zone bless for Nova. This could be their game, definitely. Tensa's the only one left alive for Ghost, and he's full on swimming it. Mezexis are just under the water as well. Tensa sneaking up and down, trying to get just a little breath of fresh air, but the pressure is just so strong right now, and inside of this little river, you can see Tensa looking for a rock, trying to find his way out of this one. Joey, looks like he found some shots onto Casper, though, trying to catch some toes under that UAS. Dope are going to have to rotate onto Nova on the edge side of this circle, and it's going to be really tough. You can see the smoke's coming out because they realize it. Yeah, and they're straight into that direction. But Telly, he's looking to pick up some points.
Lazarus team is putting a lot of pressure onto Dope as they're trying to make their way into Nova, so I don't know how it's going to go for Dope. BTOWN also scouting across the river. They're going to have to make that swim. Nova sitting so pretty right now. 0 kills, but as this circle closes, they're going to get sightlines on a lot of players trying to make their way in, but can they hit the shots? Can they collect the kills? Lazarus still debating on what to do. Lazarus is going for a full send now.
See ya. And it looks like they finally caught the last player. Nice little bait play there for a BTOWN to catch that one Panther left up. And Nova, yeah, 0 kills so far, but I like the fact that they're showing a little bit of patience. They have all the real estate, and they know those kills are gonna start coming. Look at G3 hopping out the vehicle into the water. Lazarus right next to BTOWN. Oh, that might be a nice nade from Peaceful. Is it on time?
I think it's, there you go. Explodes tags up Gabby just a little bit, and you can see the timing. BTOWN got here first, so they could put the pressure on, and the Lazarus team just staying underneath the water. They realized they were beat to this position, but BTOWN getting sprayed by Nova now. Nova's got nothing to shoot at but these smokes, so it could work out for them. Actually, Dope is making that push onto Nova. Nova has to contend with the Dope team. Good grenade. One of the Dope members does go down.
And that's a huge angle to take away from Dope on the side of Nova. That was a really beautiful nade there from B-Town. It actually pushed that vehicle out onto the side bank to use as cover. Telly says, I don't need any cover. I'm full sending it on in right next to G3. And G3 gets caught on the side angle. B-Town doing some work in the smokes. Lazarus, Joey, it's all up to him. Can he make the play? 1v1. He hits those. Joey. It's Joey baby.
Huge right there, and I think they'll get the reset too. They got smokes, they got loot from that B-Town team. Lazarus was at the disadvantage that fight, and for them to pull that off, great job to them. Game's still not over. We still got 6 teams left alive. Tensa is still alive. Mezexis under the bridge with Illuminati having their own little troll bridge fight underneath that, and Dope forced to keep their heads down as they did try to bite off too much from the Nova team, and that circle does shift down to the south side a little bit towards the water, so Nova's got to move. All of these teams got to move. I think Lazarus gets a little bit of that circle.
Are you serious? Right, this is like the worst circle out of all the options that there are. It's going to make things just so much harder. And the crazy part is that Ghost is still alive. Tensa putting up points for Ghost regardless of the situation. This is why this team is so successful. And now you're going to look at Dope. I guarantee you, they are going to camp these 2 squads out. They want these kill points.
Kill points is pretty much all that's left right here. Like, I mean, it's hard. You don't know if you're making it into that circle. Usually, like, some end games, you're like, I can maybe full send to this spot, but we're just kind of in the middle of nowhere, just some obscure rocks here and there. The Lazarus team looking for some kills, and you still got this water in play, right? You don't know how many fishes are swimming right now. You don't know how many kill points are in there. Nova moved first, but Dope catch one onto the Nova side right there in the kill feed.
And look here, just peeking his head out for a little bit, but getting saved by Nova as they put some shots down onto Lazarus. And it looks like they're fully setting it dead center of this circle with only smokes and a car as cover. The rest of the teams are pretty much using the water, the river as cover, because that's the only option that they have. Looks like it's really going to be between these 3 teams, Dope, Lazarus, and Nova. I think it's only a matter of time for Mezexis and as well as the Illuminati.
Dope is actually making good ground right here. Nova kind of just had to go in blind, and Dope's sightlines are not smoked out, so they could see everything that's happening. And yeah, Tensa is still swimming down there. Nova did lose 1 player, and they have another player knocked. Good nade from Chiffon, but no knocks. Damages all of the Dope very heavily, but Joey coming in huge, and Landman pops up from the water and takes down another member of Lazarus. This is an all-out fight right now. Everybody's popping up and down. Ghost Gaming get eliminated. Dope is in the water. Landland's taking shot. Landland gets blown up by the car. Landland trying taking shots on Joey. Joey is coming in huge for this Lazarus team right now.
Joey is on fire. Landland like a piranha from the Amazon. But you got Joey, the anaconda, on the bank here, putting in so much work. 5 kills. He's pretty much taking out everybody on this bank of water. And you can see Mezexis in the Illuminati. Yep, chilling in the grind. That's it. Oh, a nade from Joey? Oh. This may be beautiful. Oh, they know it. They heard it coming. And he gets one. Joey, what are you on? Oh, here comes King. 1v1? I win those. But
you can't stop.
Nova.
You can't. Oh, Rin gets him though. And I think Nova, it's a 3v1. Gabby has been quiet this whole time. All eyes were on Joey. Joey was G3. I think Joey got like 5 kills over there. G3, can he clutch this? Oh, he's absolutely surrounded. Go for the res. Why not?
Joey is on fire. What a finish, ladies and gentlemen. Nova That is a big chicken dinner there. Ghost, hello, Nova. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. I know you put up some points regardless. That's a big game, though. That's a good chicken dinner right there.
What a better... I don't think there's a better rivalry. Ghost Gaming get a chicken last game, and then Nova just follows up with a chicken of their own right there. 1,166 damage, 6 kills. Not as many kills as Ghost Gaming, but it's still a chicken dinner and points on the table.
Yeah, that's 21 points on the table. That's a big jump that you can easily do. A good couple chicken dinners. That's gonna make some people nervous. And Nova making people's hands shake. But I'll tell you one person they didn't make hands shake. That's Joey. Oh, Joey from Lazarus. Ice cold water in his veins. Does go down from, just, I think at that point he was just like, all right, I did my job. Nova, yeah, you got the position. You can get the chicken dinner. But what a finish. What a performance overall, everybody. We'll go ahead and have more PMPL for you right after this break.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Third map in the books. Welcome back, real fans, to the desk here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm your host. I'm still FDOT. That's still 7, and it's still Glitter Explosion. We're going to break down map number 3 here. Glitter, real fun stuff looking at all these teams climb towards the top. Let's pull up the map results and talk about them.
I mean, Zute kind of hinted at it, previously. The Nova Ghost rivalry, I'm loving it. Okay, Ghost gets the chicken dinner, so Nova's going to answer back with their own chicken dinner to keep the race with those points as tight as possible. Of course, though, Lazarus having a phenomenal game. Once again, really high in kills and getting a lot of points on the board for themselves. And Illuminati somehow up in a top spot multiple times. They were one of those teams that really, really needed these points, 7. So the performances out of Illuminati and Mezexis, I mean, this is huge.
Not only that, I mean, we have Knights there with 12 points, and a big surprise for me, Dope Esports. For them to get 10 points, this is huge. This is a team that definitely needs the points. And you know who's currently at home watching, biting their nails? The Hitless, because boy, they're targeting you big time. BTOWN Esports there with 8 points. Ghost Gaming with 6 points. As we're going to be going here towards the second page, we're going to be seeing another surprise again, XSET on this second page with just 4 points. I don't know what's going on with them, but it's kind of becoming a trend here today. Pro Era there, 3 points. 19 Esports. I mean, they haven't shown us what we're gonna expect out of them as well. Glitter during the week of league play, we only saw it on literally the last match. I wonder if maybe they're gonna end up doing the same thing here today. 19 Esports with only 3 points. The Panthers 2 points. WallStreetBets kind of falling off their high that they were having here today with just 2 points. And then we go down the list, and Ogilvy as well. I mean, not sure what's going on with Ogilvy. Maybe Natsu is just not being the superstar they need them to be, but so far, it has not been their day, if not.
Not at all. Some of these teams definitely need to pick up what they have been dropping, because, like I said, the big teams, they've started to put into gear. So all these teams at the bottom that have kind of got their bites and have taken them when they can, it's trouble, because now everybody's playing well, and everybody has to step up. Taking a look towards the damage that we saw there over on Erangel. Some teams really, really performed. We saw Nova make it all the way towards the top. I wonder how they performed in the damage department.
What?
Okay, listen. The last time we were a little surprised, but y'all, I mean, 1887 for Dope Esports. That is a stellar performance, honestly, Sam.
Is it?
I mean, 18,
how do you have almost 2,000 damage and only end up with 4 kills?
You're totally right.
Glitter. Tell him, Glitter.
So my take here, you're not wrong, but for me, when I see the damage number, you've gotten there, right?
That's
you do
fair.
have to bring home the kills. Absolutely, you're totally right. But like, you did the work to be that successful. Like, I find you can get okie doke wins, you can get okie doke kills, but damage is where you've put in the work.
Yep. I'm kind of get a side here with Glitter. You need to be able to turn that damage into kills. But you know what? To give him some props, let's do baby steps. It's Dope Esports, right? They're currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. At least last time we saw the leaderboard, they were kind of working their way up. So this is a positive for them. Lazarus, though, let's talk about Lazarus. Joey has had an amazing day. So far today, that man has put up 17 kills for his team, almost 2,000 damage with the second person following him. They're only been able to put up 3 kills with 1,000 damage. So talk about it, having an amazing day. So far, that man is gunning for MVP of the day.
Hopefully he's able to keep pushing forward for Dope. They are a team on the cusp, and that's what we're going to talk about. So we only have 16 spots here for finals, and we'll take a snapshot of what the game looks like at the moment. So Nova, with their win we just saw, will maintain that first position. Ghost Gaming in second place. XSET and 19 following up for third and fourth. Glitter, I think that we see our top teams towards the top like most people would have expected, but there are still some surprises.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm actually watching right now is how that points gap is starting to shrink down, at least for those top teams. I mean, Knights is definitely sneaking up on 19 Esports slowly but surely. I'm surprised Ogilvy's actually holding on as well as they are. Panthers and Syndicate going to be rounding out our top 8 as the points continue to fall off from their big chunk going from 7th to 8th. And then now as we look at the second page here, 7, Illuminati, WallStreetBets. I mean, they did it. They did it.
Yes, they did. And this is kind of what we were hoping to. Right now, WallStreetBets has pretty much secured themselves in the finals, right? The Illuminati as well. And this is kind of what I was alluding to by the hit list is currently at home watching, just biting the nails because this teams are starting to catch up to them. I do want to see that third page. And what's crazy to me is that the hit list has more games played than both of those teams. Even more games played than Mezexis, but they just weren't able to perform the way they needed to. I do want to see 17, 18, and 19 because I want to see how close Dope Esports is currently doing and if they're actually going to be able to catch up the hit list, whether it's today, tomorrow, or Sunday. So do me a favor, Addy. Let me see that third page of the overall ranking because I think it's very important for the viewers to be able to see it at home. There you go. Boring Protocol with 90. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's actually a lot closer than I expected it to be. I, for some reason, wasn't expecting to be Dope Esports 17th and not 18th. Still, though, Glitter, this is a huge step up. I mean, I think by the way these teams are performing, it's definitely going to come down to the last game. And now something else that the other teams have to worry about, especially with the Illuminati, is they need to worry about Boring Protocol because Boring Protocol is pretty much right there on their heels.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be that close either. I think, especially once we're even just halfway through tomorrow, things are going to be even closer and even scarier, and it's going to be a heck of a third day.
Yeah, we see number 17 trailing 16 by just 4 points, and then Dope, sure, they're trailing by a little bit more, but we just saw their performance, and yes, you got to bring home the kills, but step by step, right? You bring home the damage, next map, and the map after. We can see Dope convert that damage into kills, bam, all of a sudden they're at 16. That's the focus. So when we look at this bubble right here, that's what I want to really focus on. This is my major stat to hit the entirety of this weekend, like almost like taking the pulse of the competition, if you will, Seven.
Yeah, and with this one, something that I wanted to point out, I mean, we can kind of see right there, right? The Illuminati, 23 points away from being able to catch up to the hit list. Boring Protocol, 27. Dope, 42, 67 for Yo, which is definitely a long shot, but I mean, they're a team that can definitely pop off. They have some veterans on their team. Something I want the viewers to be able to keep in mind is the hit list. On the 30 games that they did played, they were able to average about 1.67 kills on all those matches, and they average about a 10th place point, 10th place placement pretty much. With the Illuminati, they're currently averaging 2.17 kills, which is more than the hit list, so they're definitely projected to pass them. But then if we go even down a little bit more, we have Boring Protocol, which is currently averaging about 2.72 kills per game, which is even more than the Illuminati. So this is kind of what I was talking about. This can definitely come down to the final match, because if Dope Esports continue to perform the way they are, they're going to step it up on the kills department. Even though they weren't really able to transfer that in the last match, we at least were able to finally see it on a positive note, right? We were finally able to see them being able to step it up, at least be there on the top 5 situation, have their players alive, and at least pose that damage. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a nail biter.
We've been time and time again bringing up WallStreetBets and looking at this team to really be that squad to kind of step up and push forward in a world where the top teams haven't really been showing us their best stuff. Difference is here in the Super Weekend, we're getting their best stuff. I mean, look at King Coops right here, bringing the damage, bringing the kills. Soli also representing his team, and Carnage. All right, it's top traveler, but at least we get to see Carnage's name on screen. I thought it was a different stat. I didn't mean to roast you like that. My bad, Grandpa. But straight up and down, 19 are a team that I really like to see step up. They're a squad that plays with flavor. They play with style, and it hasn't always been their game. When I look at Knights, Ghost, XSET, Nova, I'm like, sure, you're up top. And I look at some of the other teams and go, sure, you're on bottom. 19 has really solidified themselves as that middle of the pack team. And Glitter, the question I want to ask is, are they a top team or not so much?
I mean, coming into this, I would have, I think in my head they would have been. But after the performances that we've seen so far, and after the performances that we're seeing out of the other teams, because it's not even just them we have to evaluate at that point. Now we're evaluating everybody else. I mean, we've seen Nova step up in a huge way. We've seen a quiet consistency out of Ghost that we weren't used to before because they were that explosive performance, you know? So I think right now, if you had to get an answer out of me, it's a no. So I want them to step up here.
Looking for it. You know what? And again, knowing this team and knowing how they work, that's exactly the motivation they need to find themselves on top in our next map, which is going to be Sanhok. So Sanhok, one of the smaller ones, we're going to see a lot of exciting, explosive action here. We didn't see Sanhok during our league play this time around. So teams haven't played it on stage in a little while. Eager to see who takes this one, as it is very, very different from Miramar and Erangel. This is where the damage has to come. And so we'll be looking at 19, we'll be looking at WallStreetBets, and we'll be looking at that number 16 for sure. Only 2 more opportunities to get those points and put you into the finals. Let's go ahead and see all of the action. We're going to Sanhok, baby.
Oh, baby, Sanhok. Finally, Zute, my favorite map to watch. I know it's one of yours favorite to watch as well. Nova just came off a sick chicken dinner, dude. Ghost, how are they going to respond? How are they going to respond? You tell me right now.
Because Ghost Gaming, like, they're good on Sanhok, but so is Nova. But we've seen Ghost Gaming get those chickens. Same with Ghost. I mean, same with Nova. I think it comes down to these 2 teams for me right now, that they're just ping-ponging back and forth. Look at that. Nova back in number 1. Ghost Gaming 10 points behind. But that's not the only fight that's going on right now. On the opposite end of the leaderboards, the analyst desk mentioned it, 16th place.
That's true.
Bob was in that 16th place. Born Crow Protocol was in that 16th place. Now they're not there. So we got fights for positionings on the leaderboards on both ends right now, Hadjukes.
Oh, you're solely right. You know, I get caught up on just, of course, that PFGC slot, you know, which is so up for grabs. But, you know, teams have to make it into the finals to even get a chance to play in Americas and then possibly move on to PFGC from there. So, I mean, this is really huge for Bob. And the thing is that Sanhok, it's just one match that you could just pull off something magical. You could put up some big points. But we've seen this fight before, right? Mezexis going at it with Pro Era. Starlight in that FPP mode. Lolo is way up the hill. I'd like to see him come down and help his teammates. He's just probably just trying to get some gun or something. But surprised to see that this has happened before. And Pro Era just getting caught out in the minority. Now it's up to
Pro
Fishy.
Era definitely not getting the first trade. One of them gets knocked, and he's just Fishy's trying to stall for time. Fishy's trying to stall for time for Lolo to get an angle to help, but Lolo just cannot run up that giant mountaintop high fast enough, and that's 2 players down from Pro Era. And now Lolo's taking some shots, but Mezexis, they already got 2 kill points right there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we see this drop still happening, right? I mean, we've seen this kind of like back and forth between these 2 squads, and I think the majority of the time we see it, we usually see Pro Era have to make a crazy play to take out Mezexis. I think they only send like 2 here, Mezexis sends 3, and they always seem to be the minority. I'm surprised to see Pro Era not want to mix it up.
It's that adaptability, and Pro Era this time around just doesn't have it, and Lolo,
Lolo.
He is in a little sneaky
Hello.
spot. But it's got to be kind of obvious too at the same time, right?
Oh no, Lolo!
No.
Lolo, no!
Oh,
not like this.
Oh, I was expecting Starlight to shoot some more and right into the box, because Lolo did kind of just absolutely whip that. I mean, it happens, right? Pan.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Pan, last one alive now. Pro Era. We're at the very start of this Sanhok match. They're already a 1-man team, not looking good. Syndicate playing with 3 runs up right onto Legal from the Panthers. They both hear each other. They're doing a little jiggle dance back and forth. Moso, you see him in the background. Moso could come in huge right here, and Legal just trying to stall for time for Moso to come in and help on this fight.
Oh, you can see he's like, that would hurt, and just great angles there from Syndicate. Good support coming from both ends. Legal never really stood a chance there. Moso, yeah, pretty much the only help that he had was just not in a position to help at all. You can see Salty with that M16 poking some shots at, putting that pressure. Yeah, Moso realizes I got to keep an eye on this hill.
Player that did get taken down. Yeah, the player that got taken down was from the hillside, and another one from the band. The Syndicate doing a great job with 3 members. I think Syndicate's just utilizing a blitz strategy. Just go super fast on these teams that do split drops around here as a group. And that way you can just disregard the fact that the Panthers are a 4-man and you're a 3-man, because they're not a 4-man yet. When you blitz them so fast, they're still split up across the map, looting themselves.
Dude, the Panthers play style is just like an enigma, you know, like it's just not something you see every day. A squad that just loves to play that edge circle, and it always, and the way that they just get aggressive we see it pay off when the times it gets tough, but then I think that we see them just lose out early, kind of not really out of necessity, you know, just from these kind of plays. We'll see how Frady is able to handle this. He goes for the peak. Nice little shots there. He's going to go for the thirst. He's going to get it.
Ooh.
Surprised to see Syndicates just send so few that quick. Oh, nice laydown.
Oh, nice turnaround, too. Yeah, Syndicate, like, yeah, that's a #1 rule in this game. You never crest the top of a hill by yourself when you know there's players that could be around. You always want to crest over the top with at least one other teammate, or stuff like that happens. You get knocked, you don't get traded, and you also get thirsted. So Syndicate now is caught in a very tough spot. They're basically surrounded by the Panthers on two opposite ends. It is a 2v2 situation, though. So Syndicate, all they need is that one knock.
See how the Syndicate are gonna catch it or not. See the big cheese. Voldy dialed in. Gonna actually move away. Gets clipped up a little bit from Jay. But Jay's in just such a really tough spot to try to actually get a knock. Oh. Look. The M16, dude. M16.
So
M16.
underrated. You know, I've been streaming and watching some other tournaments here and there, and people ask me in the chat, why do we see so much more M16s? But hold on, Frady's got the UMP. That's the other huge gun in this game. He gets one. Goes for the jiggle peek. Doesn't get the second.
Oh, so close.
Salty. The vector. Oh, there we go.
Oh, the toxicity. As a 3-man, too.
It's about time we see some crate shooting, and it's right there. I love it. You love to see it. At some point in the tournament, you want to see some crate shooting, and there we go. But like I was saying, the M16, right? We've been seeing it more and more. And I got to say, I got to give a shout out. I think as far as the North American scene goes, Spec is the one that kind of is pioneering that M16 meta in North America. Great to see, but of course we got to give it to the all-father of the M16. That's Paraboy from across the waters, right? He's the one that really put that M16 and the DP on the map, and it's good to see some teams, you know, starting to utilize these weapons. And M16, it's really good. Trust me. You just got to learn how to use that single fire, and it'll do wonders for you.
Hey, Spec may have said, you know, I wrote the book on the M16, but Paraboy said, I'll show you what a pen is. You know what I'm saying? Like, the dude, I mean, the originator of that long distance, no recoil spray. And you see a lot of teams and players just try to emulate that style and still not have success after so long. It's kind of crazy to see that success receive. And that's a player on Nova, you know, but in the east side. So, you know, of course, the Nova team here in the North American side, they have some big shoes to fill.
100%. Speaking about shoes to fill, Baba OP, he's had big shoes to fill this whole entire tournament. I've been seeing the YouTube chats, hashtag Baba OP over and over, and Baba showed up. He showed up today. He got 3 kills and a chicken dinner, but can he show up for the rest of the matches? He took some shots there, laid some damage in, but no knocks. And this Lazarus team, they're looking aggressive right now.
Heck, yeah. I mean, how can you not say Bob OP after the WallStreetBets chicken dinner in the first match, you know? I'll admit, though, if I had to be a fan club of one player on WallStreetBets, it's got to be Drago. You know, Drago has just been popping off for this squad. Statistically, he's just every time you see a good match from him, you see them have a lot of success. So I want to see Baba, you know, just really go full Baba Yaga. You know what I'm saying? Not Baba Nada, Baba Yaga.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, they got a couple more days to play with. They have a few more games. And XSET, once again, caught kind of like, oh, J7 goes down. He did manage to knock one, but I think J7 is not revivable. Where's the rest of the XSET team? There we go. Shots coming in from the other way. Killswitch taking some shots. The Knights and XSET fighting in this position. It's something we haven't really seen in the Sanhok game.
Not in a long while. You can see Killswitch. I love that peek back instantly. The second he even felt danger, sensed it. He knew that it time to go ahead and just try to get this little reset going. Coops on the off angle. Another top fragger in the tournament. He's kind of stuck at this rock. He's very scared to cross. It's just way too open field. That Polo, literally, statistically, best player right now. Looking straight at him. And Coops actually wanted to beat Polo and for MVP. So this is a nice battle between the two superstars here in the tournament.
Jay almost got... Oh, there. That nade, though. Oh, what an amazing bounce nade. He went for the revive. I would have to say that player did seem in a safe position. I can't fault him too much, but going for the revive just sometimes is not worth it. And it was actually Syndicate taking shots, going for that third party, almost knocking Jay there. But now the Knights are looking like they want to back up here. Xenox and Coops still up. Chico is knocked in XSET. Well, XSET's just down to 2. Coops is not backing off. He's actually trying to find a different angle onto Polo.
He wants Polo. He wants him. I guarantee you. After you get 1 kill and Coops realizes that this is XSET, he knows, I got to take out the player that has the best stats in the lobby. I want to go for that MVP. Of course, we switch, to the Ghost 19E fight, which is a big one. Sam is up front, holding that rock very carefully, so gently, not making a sound. Will Ghost fall for it? I don't think so. Spec is shooting right in this direction. Okay, yeah, they know. Ghost said, see ya. Look at HH24. Goodbye.
I almost feel like 19 Esports actually made no audio or visual cues, but Ghost Gaming, the way they played that, they still played it that same exact way without prior information. It's the VOD reviews. They know 19 Esports has priority over this spot. And speaking about priority over this spot, HH finds a... HH, okay, we talk about this player on Ghost. We say he's sometimes a question mark on the Ghost team, but honestly, HH makes some of the wildest entry openings I've seen from the Ghost team. HH is the wild card on the team, but he also makes those wild card openings, and that angle by HH, you see it right now. All of 19 Esports just immediately backs off. They're not even sure if they want to try and save Sam and Ghost Gaming. They're not even pushing, but that's how scared they are.
I can't lie. When you see HH play, I got a chance to play with him multiple times, and I got to say, that guy, when I look at this squad, if HH is having, a bad or okay day, Ghost is deadly. If HH is having a monster day and he's popping off, Ghost is like almost unstoppable. So I think once he gets firing on all cylinders, he's just that like little missing link that just takes Ghost to just another level. So interesting his playstyle.
100%, and there's stats to back that up from in the past, right?
Oh, yeah.
I was in China playing PEC. Back then, Ghost Gaming was still Temple Storm. I believe they took 3rd place. They beat out a Chinese team. And I remember the very last game where they got a chicken dinner. HH with an SKS, close range, red dot, was absolutely destroying the lobby. I've never seen that out of any player ever. And it was HH in that big tournament with tons of money on the line. He was the one that was popping off. So, like, HH24, like... We look at Ghost, we see Bayo, we see Spec, we see Tensa, but honestly, HH is probably the most deadly player when he's on form.
Straight up. Have to agree with you 100%. Speaking of on form, Baba! Let's go! Let's get the Baba OPs in the chat with a nice start and kill. Drago got a nade, looking to tear things up a little bit. Lan, Solitude's favorite player, trying to get a return knock. Doesn't look... Oh, actually beats up Steve-O really well. And just a trade of utility going back and forth between these two squads. Drago is on top of this little ledge here, trying to get a little cheeky play. Can he find the right angle? He's got the M249.
I like that position. Drago right now, just utilizing the roofs. It can always throw players off, but it looks like it's kind of stalemated. Illuminati has backed up. But I like Drago, or I like Wall Street's pacing right now. They're playing it slow. They're trying to get more info. Take a note of the 4th player. Drago's going to pop in some shots, but this whole time, WallStreetBets has been doing an off-angle flank to surround them, to trap them in. I can't tell which player that is, but that player's going to come in huge. He's going to have a straight open sightline onto all of the Illuminati right here.
Oh, and it's going to be a huge one. Doing a nice little 3-1 split as WallStreetBets. They have the man advantage. They did get the first kill, and that's a 2-piece of damage. This is a full send here for WallStreetBets. Nice trades back and forth, though, and they allowed the thirst onto King. King allowed it. Absolute insanity. Steve-O actually gets knocked and thirsted too. WallStreetBets making mistakes. Drago has to come out to help his teammate, and they don't do it in time. They get the squad wipe, but they lose 2 players in the process. What do you think about that one, Zute? What do you got to say?
I mean, if that was like Ghost Gaming or Nova or XSET, I'd be like, they made a mistake. But this is WallStreetBets. Like, I'm not clowning on them, but WallStreetBets, they've come a very long way. The fact that they won that fight alone is huge. improvement. And like this team is a team that didn't make it into the first super weekend. They made it into the second, didn't do too amazing, did like okay. I think they finished off like around like the 14th, 15th place mark. But now coming into week 3, they already got a chicken dinner game 1. And they're winning team fights. They're picking up kills. Sure, they're losing some players in these fights where they, you know, if they were a top level team, they shouldn't, but it is still improvement. So, I mean, I'm happy for WallStreetBets either way.
Hey, getting a squad wipe, nothing you can shake your head at. Of course, you know, there's things that you can look back on and always improve. And I think WallStreetBets showing that they do still have some room for improvement. But at the same time, you know, 4 kills to start this off. A chicken dinner. One more cast for Fate. See him.
Oh, what?
Wait, oh, Fate.
Whoa. That
glider?
Glider in. Oh, no, he's on the bridge. He's showing on the bridge. I saw that too. I saw that too.
Sneaky Fate. Sneaky Fate. All right, up on the bridge. BTOWN up on the mountain. And it looks like BTOWN are going to have to give up the mountain as we have to get rotating here. Pro Air Pan still alive. Just trying to survive, get some points. I bet you right now Pan is just looking for nothing but first aid kits. Get that med strat going.
100%. And Pan, we haven't even had a chance to talk about the circle because it was just nonstop fighting throughout the whole entire match so far. I mean, that's Sanhok, right? I love to see it. We're actually in the far north side of Sanhok, and you mentioned Pan. Pan started on the southeastern side, like on the opposite end. So Pan has ran all the way up to the north with these circle shifts, and that one, that's a deadly circle.
Rotating, Pan, and the rest of the teams are going to have to get rotating as well, dude. This circle is very wide into the open. You can see the Knights right next to Dope, 19E creeping behind him. Ghost, a lot of pressure about to come from the south side of this circle. See Kiss6 from Boring Protocol. Now this is a team, yeah, you can see the live leaderboard rankings right there. We see 17th, 8th, Dope. Not too far behind Dope. Bop, they could definitely catch up. But we're looking at the top team in the lobby right now. Ghost getting pieced up little by little by Lazarus. Tensa with the off angle. Can he catch G3 running in? Oh, Telly is there as well. This is really tough for Tensa.
Tensa has his angle, but he drove in on a car, so Lazarus are aware. The rest of Lazarus' team, though, pushing into the fight, and Joey just popping off right now, taking down Spec and Bayo. Unfortunately, I think that's Ghost. Ghost is out. And you know who's still alive with 4? Nova. And Nova's got a really good spot in the zone, so Nova can pad their lead even more now onto the Ghost gaming side.
What can I say, Ghost? Shouldn't have messed with Joey. Shouldn't have messed with Joey, dude. The dude's on fire. Especially after that last game. Now taking out Ghost. Can't wait to see what he does in the last match coming up here. You can see Lai holding it, this crate. Seeing WallStreetBets. When is he going to pull the trigger? The trap is set. When? Oh, he's got to see him. He's got to see him. Oh, the patience. The trigger doesn't play. No, too late.
Oh, no.
You had to know. You had to know.
Oh. That is one of those moments where it's just like you facepalm. You throw your phone down and you hope that was not caught on stream, but it was. I mean, it happens. Sometimes you're just too patient. Leon right now, fishing right now. That requires patience too, but Leon, hold on, is the Jet? Is the Jet going to pop up and at least knock one? Boring Protocol, a team that we haven't really seen much of today. They're in the zone, and they're looking to gatekeep 19 Esports. Great shots. Wow, Leon, Fate. Even better shots, and Fate is going to get caught out in the open and potentially even thirsted.
Zute's favorite player getting just turned on right there. You hate to see it. 19E trying to press in from the edge of circle. Yeah, I think Sam realizes I can't get that res. I'm going to just take your heals and get going. The rest of Bop trying to keep their tournament standings alive here. And you can see Fameboy still eating a little bit of blue zone as he wants to pick up these kills on 19E. The circle does shift in the favor of Lazarus. So Bop, they don't have to travel extremely far on this one. Dope on the side as well. It's not that bad shit for these guys.
Bop doesn't have to travel too far, but Nova has full control of that mountaintop, and Bop's got no cover on that cross. Bop, I'm going to say, they should do the same thing 19 Esports is doing. Pass off those medkits. WallStreetBets gets eliminated right there. I think Mezexis took them out. Ogilvy playing very quiet, swimming their way in. A team in the first page, a really good team. We haven't really seen all too much from them, but Nova, 0 kills once again, but looking like they're about to win the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, this should be another Nova win. I guarantee you, Ghost, while they are out in the lobby, I think they're sweating bullets here because everything's going right for Nova right now. 19E just deep into the blue zone, trying to make something happen, something out of nothing. They're in just such a tough spot. Circle number 5, this one stings really bad. Look at Fame Boys throwing a nade all the way up. Oh, he's got nice angles. Pre-fires? Can he hit the Tommy gun? Oh, we'll have to find out later.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Dope's perspective, and you can see how dire it is for him. Ogilvy here also trying to run into zone at the same time. And Nova, we were saying Nova is in a good spot, but it looks like they're getting kind of caught from the people playing in the blue. That is one thing with Sanhok that's so difficult. You have a way into zone, but so many players are still in the blue because it's so difficult to navigate, and you just have to cover your backs the whole way through. It looks like Nova did make it in safely. Boring protocol. Fame Boys not quite yet into the zone, but it looks like he could prone his way in.
Itching his way little by little as Fame Boys Ogilvy get taken out. There's still 8 squads remaining. That's so crazy. Only 1 point in placement. We saw for that team. 24K getting caught out by YDD while they're cleaning up this side of the field. At the same time, keeping an eye inside the circle, getting ready to shift. Should be on
has made it in with 4 players. Bob has also made it in. This is good placement points. They're in the top 7 right now. If they can just break that top 5 mark, it would be good for them, Fame Boys. He's gonna just play very quiet. I don't think he wants to touch this Dope team. This Dope team has 4 people up.
And you got to remember, Dope was right behind Bop. So this could be a big game for them. If they're able to pass them up, they already got 5 kills. Can they add more to their total? They absolutely need to, because Bop is still in this game picking up placement points. Will Dope be able to spot that one little lonely Bop player down there and take him out right now while the placement points are still 7? There's still 7 teams remaining. Now there's 6. Just like that, the placement points are adding up second by second.
I mean, Dope should know Fame Boys is there. They were literally taking shots at him just a few seconds ago. So I think Dope is, like, they're fine, right? But I think they're kind of dropping the ball, just letting that player crawl in. He could come in and spoil them later on, but Nova taking shots at Dope right now. Dope's got to worry about the Nova team. The circle shifts towards the Lazarus side, but Lazarus really pieced up right now. And Dope getting even more pieced up.
They had 4 up. They're playing way too passive here. They should be standing up tall and just getting shots onto everybody. Instead, opting to play for placement, and Nova said, hey, how about, how does 5th place sound, baby? Take it.
Oh, I mean, Dope could be in 3rd place if they just took out Fame Boys here. And Fame Boys, he's going to make his move now. He realizes, yo, I just saw 4 people running and gunning, and I see it's Nova, and there's no one else to help me out in this situation. So maybe I throw that nade, but circle shifts away. So when Nova moves into the open, Lazarus still has 2 left. Fame Boys can come in and spoil this. He throws that nade, switches to his gun, and okay, he's going to run his way in. And oh, Nova hears up. Fame Boys gets taken out. It's down to Lazarus and Nova and 19 Esports healing way deep in the blue still.
Man, if Fame Boys just had one more heal, you know, something to make a little bit of magic happen. Unfortunately running out, but still a lot left to be had here. Nova making some noise as usual, just bullying Lazarus. Looks like it's only a matter of time. Lazarus forced to smoke themselves out. Oh, nice. It's Joey. I forgot. Joey's still in the game. Anything can happen.
Joey does get that grenade, but they are both stuck behind a rock. Do they have more grenades? Does Joey have some more tricks up his sleeve? Joey is holding something, but it's on fire. The molly forced into the blue, and that is a Nova chicken dinner. But let's see how many more meds 19 Esports has. 19 place finish. Sam, with that last one, do a emo, do a dance. You gotta know, you got
Hit
second place.
Hit the leans, baby. Oh, I'm gonna look at some grass.
There we go. Oh,
that's Morse code. That's Morse code for second place, baby. Take it to the bank. Let's go.
Nice. Good job. Out of the Nova team, and gotta give shout outs to 19 Esports. We saw them stuck under the bridge. They made a second place finish out of that. That is great job by them. Nova Esports, once again, on your screens, 10 kills, 1,631 damage, and that is if I'm not mistaken, a back-to-back chicken.
Uh-oh, here comes Nova, baby. Coming in hot. Hashtag Nova strong in the chat, dude. I mean, this squad, we're talking about them gelling, right? And just getting a little better and better each game. Now, I will say that they did get some favorable zones, right? They did get some favorable zones in the 2 chicken dinners that they got, but they weren't that favorable. You know, they still fragged out, bullied everybody, and got the chicken dinner.
I gotta agree. They worked their way in onto that Sanhok one. Sanhok, never easy. They dropped really far from where that zone ended, so kudos to them. But we still got 1 game left. Can Nova be the first team to get the 3-peat chicken dinner? And this is $1,000 chicken dinners. All right, so we'll see. We'll see, Hodgix. We're going to take it to a break, and we'll be back shortly.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
What's good, friends? Welcome back. Sanhok done, son. And Nova up on top, shining bright. I'm your host, F. joined here by a couple of my favorite people. And of course, I want to tell you about one of my favorite things. It's OnePlus. With flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers, OneTouch 9 and the 9 Pro is your best shot to climb the leaderboards like we just saw Nova do. Thank you again to our friends over at OnePlus. Analysts, let's talk. This one was a lot of fun to watch. I think we've seen some surprises, some back and forth, but at the end of the day, sometimes you want to sit down, eat your popcorn, and watch winners win. Glitter, I know you're excited. Nova, number 1.
Back-to-back chicken dinners, baby. Okay, good job, Nova. Trying to chip away at the points block, or the points gap between them and Ghost. I respect it. This is 10 kills on Sanhok. Okay, now to be fair, this was one of the maps that we saw them excelling on in the beginning of the season, and now they've just kind of done well on everything throughout the entire day so far, so I don't even know what to say about them anymore. 19 Esports, able to get some solid placement points. I believe it was Sam. We saw they're healing up as long as possible, chipping away, and while the rest of the squads were going down to Nova, 4 KP for them as well, for a total of 16 points. Lazarus up here yet again, having a day for themselves. And what are you exclaiming at, Seven?
I'm just kind of laughing to myself here because two teams that you kind of called out in that last segment, they performed pretty well here on this match. I'm talking about 19 Esports, and I'm also talking about Boring Protocol. Because, if I remember right, you were like, hey, I don't think they're going to do that well. Hey, they're trying to shut us up, Glitter. I don't know what's up with these teams, but I'm all for it. I'm definitely all for it. And then we have Dope Esports too. They were able to get 5 kills. They were able to get 6 placement points. Love to see it there. WallStreetBets was also able to get within the top 8. And then we go here towards the second page. Knights only being able to gather 5 points right there. Then we go down a little bit more. The Illuminati, 2 points. Ogilvy at least being able to get 1 point. But this is just a lot of disappointment stuff. And then we have Ghost Gaming with 0 points. And I want to kind of go back to something that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, and that is the PMGC points. So far, Nova's outperforming Ghost Gaming. I don't think Nova's going for just that #1 place and making it to the finals. I honestly think, Glitter, Nova Esports is hunting down Ghost Gaming for those PMGC points, and I am here for it.
They're hungry.
Got to get that dinner. Winner. So look at that. That wasn't a good joke. I'm sorry. Look at Nova here, though. I'm looking for them to keep pushing it. Really impressive. I'm crossing my fingers as we pull up total damage to see if they brought it. I mean, they got 10 kills. Very, very low chance that the total damage doesn't feature Nova. So as we pull up the total damage stats, I'm excited to kind of see where they lie, where our other teams lie. Okay, good. There it is. My fingers crossing worked. And Nova up on top here, 10 kills, 1,600 damage.
Are you, Glitter, are you as impressed as I am with Dope here?
That's
like
what I'm
for Dope
looking
to be
at,
able, for them to be able to put up 1,400 damage and 5 kills. I know like it's a huge discrepancy when it comes to like the damage and the kills, but this is a step up from what we saw in the last match. And if they're going to continue this kind of performance, they're improving every single match. I love to see it. I'm hoping they continue on this trend. And then let's go over to Lazarus again. I mean, Lazarus, today is just a day for Lazarus. I was talking about how Joey's having an amazing performance today. Well, guess what? He's helping out the whole team. We have WallStreetBets as well. Shout out to Devotion. It's not just Drago anymore. It's not just Stevo. It's not just Baba. They also got Devotion, which has been huge help for that team, and I love to see it. And then as we go down, we do have a big surprise in Syndicate. Usually we see them perform really well in Miramar. Well, guess what? On this one, they were able to at least gather 5 kills and 986 damage, which is honestly not bad at all, Glitter.
Yeah, I'm just very excited to see Dope up here again, because I called them out saying, it was a lot of damage but not enough kills for the amount of damage they were putting out. They still kept their damage numbers up, and then they upped their kills on top of it, and this is probably one of the hardest maps to do that successfully on. They've now done that for multiple games back to back, so I'm excited to see that for Dope.
I'm smiling really big. This is where I get to say I told you so. Baby steps, right? Damage game 1, then damage and kills. We'll see if Dope can do anything with it, because again, zoom out, big picture, macro stats for sure. But we'll go from a hopeful to a team that has all the hopes in the world to continue their #1 performances. Let's talk Nova. This team last year was like just underneath #1, and now they've solidified themselves to be #1. Performances like this, there is not much more you can say about it, Glitter. I mean, just if you're not impressed with Nova, I don't know what you're watching.
I mean, last time we checked in with their map stats, Sanhok was their best map, but right now, I feel like this couldn't be any more consistent across the board. I mean, yes, they've still got their highest damage on Sanhok, but with how crazy it can get, I'm not very surprised by that. They're averaging 10 kills, obviously, because we just had the one map so far. But even moving down the list, I mean, they had a huge performance on Miramar. We've got 2 Erangel matches in the books, and they've got over 1,100 average damage, 8 average knockouts, the longest survival time. It is the biggest map, so it's going to spend a little bit more time. But I mean, they have numbers that on every single map that some teams wish for just on one map. They are so insanely consistent right now that there is not a doubt in my mind about, whether or not adding those two new players in was a good choice. That's been a fantastic choice for them. I feel like they've all really come together as a unit this season.
They definitely have. Something that I kind of wanted to mention with Nova, as you were talking about the players there. YDD has actually been playing this super weekend. It's not easy, and he's leading the whole team. 1,600 damage, 9 kills, 7 knocks, average survival time. I don't know if it was the birthday or what it was, but boy, keep on doing you, because you're absolutely killing it. And then we have Rin that honestly doesn't fall far from it. He's been able to put up 1,400 damage, 8 kills, 5 knocks, 21 average survival time. Like, this team is just getting into a consistency. And once again, F-Dop's been saying it, we've all been saying it, the consistency is always what we look at. And with the way this team has been performing, they have finally caught up with Ghost Gaming in regards to kills. They're both currently at 171 kills each, and that is impressive because at one point XSET was the big leader in that. And right now, it's just a battle between Nova and Ghost Gaming. And I mean, Nova Esports right now is just so much more impressive. They're a team that feels comfortable for me. They're a team that feels super, super confident with the rotations. We saw some of the stuff that they were doing at the beginning of the tournament. They were just testing stuff out. It was working out. Now they got into the point where things are just going their way. Things are just working and falling into place. And this can honestly, if they continue like this, Glitter, I mean, I'm going to hop on that train even more, because they have been so consistent. They're looking scary. And if they're given the chance to win the game, they're going to take it and get those kills. Even if they're not given the chance to get the zone or whatever it might be, they're going to look to just grind away to get the win. And that's what I love to see, especially out of a team that will hopefully represent NA on PMGC.
Nova's had the long-term goal center for a long time now. We saw them in season 1. Like I said, they were a top team, but not numero uno. Back then it was Ghost, almost unquestionably. And now it's more than just Ghost stumbling. The addition of YDD and just everything coming together. We spoke to Shifan earlier in the week with an interview, and he was just like, listen, man, everything's lining up. The way we practice is a little bit different. These guys are professionals. And it's just impressive to look at, honestly. Straight up and down, shout outs to Nova. Hopefully they can continue their stuff for them and their fans. Letting you guys know what you can take home at home, though. We've got a special fall crate on sale right now. The PMPL 2021 fall special crate right now on sale. You can go to your PUBG Mobile store and get the same outfits as the pro players. That's a big deal. Usually it was just the pro players once upon a time that could rock these outfits, so you guys can take them home for sure. Always real cool. Seven, I want to get your last take here. We got a chance to see kind of what Nova was able to do. We've seen some surprises. I'm going to ask you to dig deep. Give me a surprise for our 5th map.
XSET. I want to see what XSET's going to be able to do. They have had a horrible day, for being absolutely honest. I mean, we were talking about earlier about 19 Esports, but when you talk about XSET, when you talk about the performance they've been able to show us in the past, the performance some of the players have been able to pull up with Polo, Killswitch, and all that, that's falling way short. We saw them lose early engagements as well earlier in the day. So for me, it's for them to be able to finish off strong here today. And this is a trend too. Like, day 1, I don't know what's up with you, XSET. Day 1 on Super Weekends, you guys just like decide to throw, and then on day 2 you decide to show up. I don't want that trend. I want you to break that trend here in the next match of Erangel. Please, just don't end up with 0 points.
Listen, man, you're speaking facts. XSET has been an underscore. There just hasn't been any XSET. I want to see the set rep themselves. I'm looking for XSET to step up for sure. Who are you looking to step up here in our 5th and final map? Let us know. Hashtag PMPL. We'll get your tweet or whatever it is on our radar. We'll find you on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you find your own PUBG Mobile. We'll find you. So let us know what you're thinking and who you're rooting for. Seven and Glitter, you guys have absolutely killed it. Thank you so much for rocking it out. We're going to take a look towards our final map and reflect on where we've played. As I said, no Sanhok throughout our league play. So we threw a curveball at you for Super Weekend and we brought it back. Nova Esports takes it, and they took the one before. So Nova, can they get the 3 in the row? That's the big question that I'm going to be asking myself. I'm real excited to see if they're able to do so. And that will just be the final question. 2 more days here of the Super Weekend. All of these points count to get into the finals. And of course, all these points count to get into the PMGC. I mentioned it briefly at the top of the show, and we heard Seven mention it as well. All of this competition is to get here to the finals, which takes you to Americas, which takes you to the Global Championship. So there's always a competition to be looking for here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League, PMPL. So absolutely make sure you're plugged in. Again, thank you to our analysts. We're going to jump into our fifth and final map. Erangel is on the docket. We'll be jumping from the plane right about now.
Let's get it, dude. Last game of the evening, everybody. Get your drinks ready, get your popcorn, because we're going for a ride here. Zute! Last one.
Yes, sir.
Nova.
Last one. Yeah, can Nova get... it hasn't been done yet. The three-peat, the back-to-back-to-back. We've seen some back-to-backs, but this is $3,000 for 1 day of playing. If the Nova team could get another chicken dinner here.
Dude, the 3 in a row. Just like in bowling, dude. We get chicken dinners, but you get 3 chicken dinners in a row, I call that a turkey. You know? Can Nova get the turkey, dude? Because, I mean, it's just... And the thing is that I don't doubt that they can do it. That's the crazy part. It's like they have just been so on fire. Why? D showing up so big here today. I mean, the whole squad, as a matter of fact. But, I mean, it's just so crazy to see how we have those little pop-off stars, damage-wise, on every single team. But you look at the overall ranking, you know, Nova. Woo! I mean, they've put some separation onto Ghost today.
Quite a bit. I mean, Nova looking really good. I mean, this is what happens when you have a team that starts off very inconsistent. They're very inconsistent due to their play style. You know, it takes a lot of risks, like you said. Very hard to emulate, but they never stop doing that. They kept doing those, you know, tougher plays and whatnot. And wow, speaking of the last match of the day, we got some violence right off the bat. And I don't think we've seen this before. 3 teams in one drop spot?
Let's get it. It's hot drop. It's hot drop Friday night, baby. And look at this. All the way up top, Mezexis, BTOWN, Pro Era, getting into it. It's a party. It's a Vernie.
BTOWN right now just not in the most comfortable spot in that party, right in the middle. It's like you're at the club, right? And there's 2 people surrounding you that you don't want to dance with, really, but they're dancing with you anyways. That's kind of how BTOWN's feeling right now. And I don't even... Let's talk about the loot. BTOWN's probably only looted those buildings that they're in. So they got shotguns. Maybe some of them have pistols. Grave with the grenade, and Drake with the pistol, though.
Scorpion!
Getting one onto Mezexis. If you want a pistol, the Scorpion is the way to go. One of the guns, one of the better pistols out there.
Yeah, it just happens to be fully automatic. Definitely not something you can shake your head at. Fishy's got the Uzi, though, and you can see the trade, the utility coming back and forth. And right now, it's a stalemate. I mean, both these squads are just looking at each other. Meanwhile, Pro Era, you can see them on the sidelines just looting up, getting ready for this third party. I mean, this is what happens when you land early. Third-party opportunities are just so massive. Oh, look at Pizza with the DBS.
Oh, that's scary. I think that's one reason why Mezexis is so hesitant on pushing you. You hear that? Oh, the nade, though. Starlight gets a 2-piece right into the room. No entry needed. Grenade his way in, and that's... Oh, Drake with another one with the pistol. Drake and Scorpion, bro.
Mezexis just getting shredded right now. Starlight initiating it with that nade. And I guarantee you, he is laughing to the bank. But all these squads got to watch out because you got Pro Era. Yeah, another one, dude. The Scorpion against a DP all day long.
He's gotten 3 knocks with the Scorpion. A pistol. Crazy.
Starlight. Oh, almost gets baited out by Fishy. Luckily, Starlight just did not give enough headroom to get knocked. But here comes Pro Era on the third party. Oh, he actually jumped down and Pan with a beautiful headshot, taking down Starlight. Now Mezexis is in big trouble.
You know what's crazy? BTOWN is actually just hanging in there. It started off looking like BTOWN was going to be the first team taken out for sure, but it's actually Mezexis looking in a tougher situation on Pro Era, of course, taking their time, working their angles, doing a clean third-party attempt, not wanting to lose any players, and now BTOWN. I mean, Mezexis, they're just getting pushed further and further into BTOWN by Pro Era.
This is what happens when you just all drop in the same city. When you have 3 teams drop like this, you have one team just sit back and wait while the other 2 go at it. And that third team, most of the time, they just come and clean house once the fighting is done. Oh, look at Seagut taking that kill on Starlight. So I want that point. I want that point.
Grave had an opportunity right there if he was not focused on Seagut to see a free point crawling right in front of them. That player was taken down by Pan earlier, right? So BTOWN could have stolen that kill. And I think when that player did die, you saw Grave take a second look behind that car when that smoke popped up and was like, wait a second.
You're
telling me that there was a player right there that I could have thirsted?
Dude, that was freer than Costco samples. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, you know, like you saw Seagut said, that's my sample right there. That is mine. So Pro Era getting the confirm. They only have 1 kill so far, but they got to be careful. You know, they got to be careful because there is a full reset going on. And I think after all this time has passed, Pro Era just don't have the information anymore. I don't think they really know what angles the rest of these players are holding. And that's going to be on BTOWN. I think they have a good idea where Mezexis is, but BTOWN's that X factor causing the hesitation in Pro Era.
If I was Pro Era, I would just go for it. Like, we've seen Pro Era play. They're good when they're fighting. So, like, this is a fight. You're the third-party team. You have the number of advantage. Just go for it. On the other side of things, though, 19 Esports taking a fight with Ogilvy. Carnage kind of gets caught out in the open here, but the trade from Acer. Great teamwork out of the 19 Esports team. Neon, this is a straight-up skirmish. We got 1v1s, 2v2s in different areas across the map. Natsuo taking a 1v1 with Sam. Acer taking a 1v1 with Vayne now. It is all-out skirmish right here. Which player is going to win their 1v1s?
That's really what it's all about here, because Sam have the arm to take out Ogilvy. Natsuo, a heck of a gunner. Sam, nothing to shake your head at either. I mean, the dude could definitely hit some shots. Natsuo with a nice nade. I think he has a little bit of more, that little hill. Might give him the range he needs. But he actually gets shot at by Acer. Acer just doing a great job at assisting his teammates with these angles. Well, now it's just teammate. Sam's the only one alive. It's up to these 2 to take out Ogilvy. Oh, there goes Sam to a vehicle explosion. Now it's just Acer left.
Verex coming in huge with 2 kills onto 19 Esports. He pretty much opened the other side, but Acer is not a player you want to disregard. This man has almost clutched a 1v4 in a shack with an M16, but now he's got an M762. He's got more wiggle room to work with. This is very doable for a player like Acer, this 1v3 situation.
Hey, grown man plays. Time to hit those. Free fire from Acer. Not looking like it's too good. Glass with the beautiful shimmies back and forth. He's just buying time, waiting for his teammates, and Glass shutting that down, basically 1v1 style. And Ogilvy, yeah, now gonna get their entire squad up. 4 kills. Great start.
Great start. Ogilvy hasn't made too much noise yet today. They've just been kind of in there, but they're starting this one off with a 4 kill points onto 19 Esports of all teams. It's looking good. And they'll get that full reset too. Natsuo will get revived. There is Syndicate coming in, but I think they'll get that revive in time. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, nothing has changed. BTOWN and Mezexis are in the same exact positions. And Pro Era, like, okay, Pro Era, if you're going to stay and try and make a fight, you got to realize you got to be the team to make the aggressive play here. Like, use some grenades. I don't know, use the number advantage, push together. Pro Era is just constantly circling around and just like wasting time almost, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that they're underlooted, and I think this is kind of like Pro Era's play that I see is just hesitation.
Indecisive. Exactly.
That's the one word it just automatically comes into my mind. They just don't know really which way to go. I mean, there's so many options, and they just can't quite lock one down. You can just see the players just almost pulled in so many directions. Now there's a full squad of Dope looking to get some kills. This is a beautiful spot where Dope is at, actually. This little defilade is wonderful for kind of getting some intel on Severny.
I don't think has any idea there's 3 teams here. Because,
No.
I mean, you see the circle, right? Dope is literally just here to plan where to go next. They don't even know anybody is here. Meanwhile, Pro Era, Mezexis, and BTOWN. Like, they're just chilling.
Severny. Severny, dude. It is where it is, dude. Look at this. So many squads just kind of holding the spot up here, waiting for the next circle to come. There's still that beautiful warehouse that's very close by. That is a really good position. I believe it's still completely open, not taken up yet. And yeah, look at Pro Era. They're just gonna sit this one out. I don't think they just have a really plan to get out of here.
This actually, I'm not gonna lie, Jukes. This hurts to see when it's like just a hard stalemate. Like nothing is happening and teams are getting nothing done. I mean, this is the PMPL. I want to see some sort of proactiveness. Speaking about proactiveness, the Knights, definitely a team that I love watching, and we are seeing them taking a fight to Illuminati, but Mango gets it back with a nade onto Xenox, and the Knights right now down to 2 players. Illuminati has 4 players up, and Nova is close by on the mountainside.
Let's see what Coops can do. Oh, those nades going back and forth are getting very dangerous. Oh, look at Nova. You called it. Hello. They came to play. Coops actually ate that nade to the face. He's going to eat a little bit more if he ain't careful. He's going to have to get that heal up. Nice shots on the Mango. Putting some good pressure down there. Saying, hey, stay away from me. Don't even come close.
Oh, Coops with the grenade. He tagged Mango up just a little bit, so Mango's like in there boosting or healing. That grenade falls a little bit too far. Mango will be able to avoid that one. The rest of the Illuminati trying to figure out what to do here because Nova is on the sideline just taking shots at whoever they can, so the hesitation is there, but with good reason. Nova, such a strong team. If any of them get knocked, that's a full send from Nova, and most likely Illuminati will be taken out early.
Yep, Nova just completely eliminated their ability to push with that off angle. I mean, they know it. They don't want to take any risks. So like, this is another stalemate I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see the Knights share this with the Illuminati. You see XSET on top of Nova as well. We haven't seen really a lot of Erangel mountain range play in PMPL yet. So I think this is a very interesting circle to see. I hope it shifts north so we can really see it out to the end. Oh, look at the kill feed, though. It is popping off.
It's that northwestern area of the map, Severny, right? On the edge of zone. There is 6 teams there for some reason. Oh, we just, yeah, there you go.
Severny!
Boring protocol rotating in. Caught Seagut out because Seagut was just looting because Seagut didn't want to be stuck in Severny doing nothing, but they're taking so long that an edge team just ran into Seagut. And I'm seeing some stuff happen in Severny now, right? Like they're finally realizing, yo, we're not getting anything done here. We need to try and do something. And yeah, look at Ghost just chilling. Like
yeah. Oh yes, and the circle. Yeah. Yeah. No problem. Nova and Ghost, we get zones. Yeah, all you squads that thought it was going to go Severny, what are you thinking? You know, look at how congested it is over there. What is going on?
Yeah, it's comical almost. And Chico, last one left. So Illuminati did make their way in. They took down Coops, and now Chico is the last man to defend. I don't think they have to worry too much about a third party now as that zone shift happened. You know, teams might be moving. Nova might be looking elsewhere now. Landland is down, and Illuminati, they're very hesitant on getting this revive. I'm thinking they're just waiting out the grenades, and they want to get that smoke down first. But Chico has got one more grenade. Oh, that almost blew up right in front of his face.
Yeah, Mango's going to throw this one right in there. He realizes it. He's going to have to push out. He's just going to go with the trade. Not going to get it in time. Mango finally eliminating the Pittsburgh Knights here. Great for the Illuminati. 3 kills for them. And it looks like they don't have to really worry about Nova up on that hill. But he's going to put that smoke out. He wants that loot.
Loot is super important right now, especially with these teams that started fighting early on. I don't know how much they have to loot, but with another body, a box loot, that's always good. Ghost Gaming, center of the circle. In this position, they have the ridges to work with. Of course, it's not the highest of high grounds, but sometimes all you want is that middle point on the map. And you can see here, Ghost Gaming, they're pretty safe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Blue Zone, finally, you know, party's over. Blue Zone's like, I'm evicting all of you guys. You guys need to get out there and do something else.
Yeah, that's shift. Just so tough. I mean, Severny. Yeah, you can see Mezexis so late. Pro Era finally taking out another member of their squad. They're going to pop into this bike and start sending it into this circle. They got a heck of a drive ahead of them. Who knows where they're going to end up. 24K. He'll get this res off. He will. Or not.
Oh, he's not going to go for it. He can.
It's only zone 3.
Yeah, he can. Okay. I was going to say, like, Pro Era got that knock, but they don't confirm the kill. Missed opportunity right there. But, I mean, I guess if you're a team that chose in Severny for the first 3 circles, nobody's doing anything, and nobody's doing anything correctly here. So there you go. All right, now back onto Nova, a team that does things correctly and gets the chicken dinners, a team that I definitely enjoy watching right now. Already have 3 kills. They're on the more edge side of circle. They could have gone center on that last circle shift, but Nova, they're a team that's not scared to fight their way in. Speaking about fighting, though, XSET wants to take advantage of this Ghost Gaming team right now with that position. XSET has been super quiet. If they could start off this last game with the win onto Ghost Gaming, it'd be huge, but HH's popping off. He's going to get the second one. Spec with the second grenade. Oh, XSET's downward trend of day 1 misery continues.
It just Ghost Gaming, just 2 on point. Group squad, just such veterans on there. You got one of the longest standing IGLs, Beowulf, leading the charge. Actually goes down to Polo. Polo, now he's a player you got to be careful with. But hey, what can you do when you got a full squad of Ghosts there to help you out, man? Just Ghosts, just so tough to finish.
This is the second time today that XSET has been taken out by Ghosts. The last Erangel game, we saw the same thing. XSET tried to get the angles onto Ghost. Ghost Gaming just all stacked together. It is quite phenomenal how Ghost Gaming can manage their defense so well when they're all stuck together and they have teams or players on multiple angles. 90% of the time, the team that's surrounded gets taken out, but not Ghost Gaming. Just it's almost a puzzle to me how well Ghost Gaming does it.
I'm telling you, Bayo, such a veteran in the game, leading the way. I mean, he says, you know what? I'm not a kid, dude. Don't call me Bayo, dude. Call me Bartholomew, dude. Welcome to the Bartholomew Academy. I'm telling you, Beowulf just comes up so big, leading the charge with his squad. You can just see their team play style. The second one gets knocked, those smokes coming out instantly to assist. And it looks like they got to pop some smokes here in a second as they are getting pressured from multiple angles. Ogilvy and Lazarus right on top of the hill. I wonder if Ghost is going to press and try to clear this side of the edge, or do they opt to just hold their position? They are in a pretty good spot in this circle. Yeah, I think Ghost is starting to really consider it now. It's probably a good idea.
Ghost Gaming right now, not in the center circle. New circle shifted down towards the south end. Yaz, maybe on the next shift we'll see a Yaz Naya circle. That'd be a fun one to watch. But Ghost Gaming, they got vehicles. They got sight lines. That's the most important thing. They got options in front of them. Lazarus trying to do what XSET just did, pulling straight up into Ghost Gaming. This time around, it's going to be a brute force fight. 4 on 4, all from the same direction, and it comes up huge for Lazarus. They get the first 2 openings. It's down to HH and Tensa.
HH up top, Tensa with the CQC actually just gets beat up, and Ghosts get wiped by Lazarus. This Lazarus squad, I'm telling you, they are feeling themselves. Joey still up. I think Ogilvy after that, they're looking to get this third party going. You can see the buggies coming out. Nova's on the tail end as well. We're going to see fight after fight right here, right now.
The third parties are ringing out right now. That's what happens when you fight on the edge. All these teams are still rotating in on the edge, and when they see that kill feed, they see kill point opportunities. Nova's here. Nova's on the backside of Ogilvy. The Panthers also coming in on the east. The Lazarus team is managing to get a reset onto their players, so Lazarus does manage to stay alive just a little bit longer. They did lose 1 player, though. It did get confirmed, and Pan is out in the blue. He is gone. And meanwhile, look at the minimap right there on your guys' screen.
Oh, my goodness.
So much dead space left in this map. It's just, where is this circle going to go?
It's a wide open playing field. Unless it hard shifts down to Yasnaya, that would be just absolute toxicity. But it looks like circle is going to shift a little bit towards the center. And that is complete open range, except for those little radio towers. Those are really the only spots that you can really take. And I think Nova, They got their eyes set on him, but at the same time, so many kills, so much action up on this hill. It's time to figure out, like, when do you pull the trigger? When do you rotate? That's the question.
The Panthers are going to be the first team to rotate in, and we'll see how that works out. Because, yeah, if you're the first team in with not much cover, you can easily get pieced up. A smart decision. They don't take that radio tower. They take the hard cover. They go down further into Yas. That's a great rotation by the Panthers. Ogilvy coming in, taking down last with the MG3. Lazarus just making it out in time to keep 2 of their members up. But that is it. Ogilvy take out 1. Ogilvy a 3-man team, but they got that MG3 in play.
I've been talking about Ogilvy a lot, but this squad has been popping off in these later matches here. Some great performances, some great squad wipes. There goes Lazarus, done and out. There's still 8 squads remaining here in the last match of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Baba up on top. Looking to get some kills on the way, and you can just see Nova. Oh, the deadly Nova. And by the way, Zute.
Yeah.
Nova. 2 chicken
Nova.
dinners, right?
Yep. I was just about to say that.
Full squad up. Ghost is out. Hello.
It's almost like a 50-50 chance of them winning right now because they have the whole entire north side to themselves, right? 50% chance the circle goes north, and that is a dead set chicken dinner for Nova unless if they mess up. 50% it goes south, but they have 4 players up, and they can still do it.
And they're Nova. That's something you can't forget about. These guys are not messing around, and I guarantee you, Dope, the second they got that finish onto that bot player, that's the team they're going directly against to try to make it into the finals. They went for that thirst real quick. There's still only 1 remaining member. That's Kissix for Boring Protocol. He's just trying to get some placement points, but hey, look, you got to give it up for Dope Esports. Still 3 members up, putting up some points, making it happen in the end.
Ren with that AK-4X, taking some shots. Ogilvy is going to get taken out right there. 1 player kind of makes it out. Oh, never mind.
Blown up.
Well, Ogilvy still's got 1. Oh, and just as I say that, this Nova team, relentless. Just one after another, not giving them any chance. Ren with that AK-4X. Look at the control Nova has on the north side. Completely cleaned out. Everybody else is stuck on that southern side in Yasnaya.
Glitter is jumping up and down right now. I mean, this Nova squad are on something else today. What do they put in the water? This
How does
squad,
Ren even know he's here? He scopes
he's
right
insane.
in on him.
He's insane.
The game sense.
That's a
Ren
hard
did
shift.
get knocked, though. Ren did get knocked, and yeah, it's a hard shift down south. Nova's got to make their way in. YDD here. I think YDD heard something, or maybe 24K made some noise, but yeah, YDD is definitely aware of this player. Nova get that full reset. They have to make that rotation in. There's not much space left.
Oh, he's sending it on him. Never mind. Second thoughts.
He's doing
Said
a little
psych.
scout drive, like a scout drive bait, but they got to make that rotation. I hope they have found 1 spot that's open, because there is open buildings right there. Those small 2 stories. Is Nova going to full send into that middle section? We will see very soon as the rest of the teams in Yaz taking some shots at each other, getting some more info.
Dude, all my eyes are on Nova right now. Here comes the zone. They realize it. They got a little bit of scouting in, and they are going to full send it down the hill. Here comes Drago. Got some great eyes on it. They should be able to knock 1, but the laydown. Getting baited by the laydown. You said it earlier. Oh, Frady.
Oh,
this is
no.
dangerous. The nades. Bop.
Oh, no.
Yeah. The Panthers. Too good on the utility. Brady, 1 more. The eviction notice coming in. A little too far. They got to pressure Nova with those knocks.
Wait a second. Nova.
Are you
the
serious?
The Panthers backed off. They backed off. Nova did lose 1, but maybe they could get a reset on to 3. The problem is they lost all their vehicles, so they're going to need that circle bless if they want to keep going on in the game. And I think the Panthers, they heard noise, so they were worried about a third-party team. Mezexis coming in, right? But it's just a solo player of 24K. Kind of a missed opportunity for the Panthers, but they still have 4 up. They have control of a good size of the zone. They can still win this game with picking up those kills later on.
Could be a big game for the Panthers. WallStreetBets have already picked up 4 kills up on top of those roofs, and we're going to see some CQC action in the apartments. Here comes Nesquik. WallStreetBets back at 4th,
I love
but
it.
it's all WallStreetBets, baby. See ya, Dope Esports.
WallStreetBets being a very proactive team today. Like weeks before, they would sit quiet. They didn't have to push that. They had their own building. They could have shared it. But this WallStreetBets looking completely different. I don't know if it's the lineup with them putting Devotion in, but 7 kills and they had a chicken dinner today. Like diamond hands, it's happening.
Let's go. I mean, they are making decisions quickly and they're executing on them. That's something I've been wanting to see from WallStreetBets. But legal from the Panthers, poking the bear that is Nova, and oh, he's poking him hard, baby. Another nade to finish Rin. One more, and that's the game. Legal. Put him in a coffin.
7 kills, legal with 5. The grenades coming in, and they get that close zone shift. The Panthers have been also very quiet today, and I think this is their game. This is it for them. WallStreetBets have 4, but they do not have the zone. Kill switch, though. Kill switch is a little bit of a question mark. He might cause some trouble for the Panthers, but I think the Panthers with 4 up, they should be okay. Bob, of course, not getting a nice shift at all. Nowhere to cross over in that open. I'm pretty sure Bob is going to go out very soon here. It comes down to WallStreetBets and the Panthers, if you ask me.
Panthers are feeling themselves, dude. I guarantee you. After that squad wipe onto Nova, they are sitting very, very pretty. But you can't take out WallStreetBets just yet. They have been on fire here. Baba, OP, sending it up, trying to scout for his team, giving them that real estate, giving them the call-outs. Brady's up front, waiting for him to run through the door. Baba sensed it, and he closes the door. He said, all right, yeah, guys, let's not take this house.
I love how he opens the door and immediately runs into the first portion of cover. That's just like instincts, not to just run straight. Oh, kill switch coming in. This is what I was talking about. Kill switch could cause some trouble for the Panthers. Brady stays alive, goes prone behind. The juke shoes are on, and the support, everybody on the Panthers immediately looking at kill switch. Brady does not get knocked. 4v4 situation.
What is he on, dude? That he should have gotten knocked 100%. But he hit him with that left. He hit him with that right. And he said goodnight to kill switch, dude. I can't believe this. This is going to be a crazy 4v4. Drago up. Drago's got all the real estate. He's got all the sight lines. Steve-O's right next to him. This has to be a WallStreetBets win. The only way WallStreetBets loses this is if they throw.
Oh, speaking about throwing, Drago throws that first grenade, gets the kill confirmed too. WallStreetBets 2 chicken dinners in a day. Diamond hands coming right up. It's not over yet though. The Panthers still have 3. Let's see where the zone goes. The zone does shift kind of towards the Panthers. So I think WallStreetBet, they have to get off that rooftop as the zone closes in. The Panthers, they just need to stay alive here. They cannot give another free opening to WallStreetBets. Like you said, WallStreetBets have the advantage with these angles. Just wait for the blue to push them out.
WallStreetBets don't want to get off this roof, brother. I'll tell you that right now. They don't want to because their stock is rising. And Drago loves this angle, but he has to give it up. Has to come down at some point. They cannot get gatekept. They have to really utilize those smokes, the utility. It looks like we're going to see a drive out by Steve-O. Bold play. Can it work out for him? This is going to be so close. This is so intense.
This is going to get very messy, and I'm going to love every second of it. It's going to be skirmish in the smokes. Drago almost goes down. He gets off the roof, that reload. Oh, almost clashes him on the jump off, and it's going to be 4v3, but we are fighting in the smokes. Anything can happen at this point.
It's a smoke out here. Look at this. Baba with a laydown now. Looks like Jay is going to get a knock onto Drago. That's a huge one. That's going to even up the fight 3v3. Make it 3v... Yeah, no, still 3v3. 3v2 there with WallStreetBets going down Devotion. It looks like it's the Panthers. So good. Oh. There goes down Baba. Oh, man, the Panthers are just shredding everybody. That's it. All over.
That's it. Steve-O the Panthers. The Panthers with that $1,000 chicken dinner. Like I said, all they had to do was not give up any more. Wait for that blue zone to push them out. And the Panthers get a huge chicken dinner. That is 12 kills right there. WallStreetBets, of course. Like, you asked me on Sanhok, what do I think about this team losing 2 players in a 4v3 situation? Well, I don't care. They got the squad wipe, and they're improving. And you can see here, they just finished the last game of the day. Second place. Not just any second place. Second place with kill points.
Sheesh, what a finish there. Nova still put up some consistent points regardless. I can't wait to see what these leaderboards are going to look like after all this, everybody. That's it for us for the day. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the desk to wrap things up.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
And just like that, our day comes to a close. Thank you very much, PUBG Mobile friends. Let's break down our fifth and final map. So fantastic stuff for all you sitting out there and watching in TV land. We've got something for you. So I've got a code here that you can drop into your game. Go ahead and take home a parachute and a t-shirt. Now, you got to be quick here, all right? Right quick. First 1,000 people, that's it. First come, first serve. So go ahead, type this one in and get yourself some free stuff. Shout out to everybody out there watching. Now, you might be getting some free stuff, but the players have had to earn them. They've had to put in the work and put together their wins to find their points. Let's go ahead and pull up our overall points and see where our teams sit after our fifth and final map. 7, it's been fun kind of watching them. Nova's up on top. Usually I let Glitter talk about Nova, but not this time. It's your turn.
Yes, sir. Noah's up on top by 42 points, and I'm all for it. I talked about it halfway through this day. I said Nova doesn't just want first place on this. They're going to be going after Ghost Gaming on the PMGC points. They're doing just that. They were able to outperform them today. They were even able to become the kill leaders too. This is just an amazing performance by Nova. And then we have Ghost Gaming. I mean, Ghost Gaming, to be fair, they did end up getting a chicken dinner, and they did end up getting some good kills here and there. 19 Esports, even though they haven't had the best of days, they're able to maintain themselves there within the third place. And same with XSET. I mean, XSET, even though they haven't really been able to have an amazing day, Polo hasn't been able to perform the way we're kind of used to, being able to pop off. They're able to maintain there themselves within the fourth place. The Panthers, Glitter, a big surprise here, being able to kind of move up to fifth place alongside with Ogilvy in sixth place.
Yeah, after that last performance, they're definitely chipping away at the points above them, only behind by 11 now with the Panthers. And like you're saying, Ogilvy and Knights are now tied there in 6th and 7th place, and then the points start to fall off a little bit again there in 8th place. Moving on to the second page. Just to remind you guys, it is the top 16 from this page. That's who's going to be making it through to finals. All right. And you can see, I think I know what you're making the noise at. It's all the way down there at the bottom 7. They came back at the end. Boring protocol.
Listen, I doubted them at some point. You doubted them at some point. They're proving us wrong here. Boring protocol being able to move on to 16th place, 111 points. WallStreetBets, by the way, WallStreetBets, huge shout out to you. You guys are having an amazing day. I mean, and shout out to Baba too. He was able to put up the most kills for that team and also being able to put up almost 1,500 damage. So, Baba, you are being that OP people keep saying in YouTube chat. I do want to see 17th place in the last page here because it's going to be very important. As I said, it's probably going to come down here to a nail biter. And, oh, wow. The Illuminati there with 100 points. I mean, by tomorrow, Glitter, I expect Boring Protocol to pass the hit list. I expect the Illuminati to pass the hit list, and then it's gonna be just pretty much Dope Esports trying to catch up everything because it's not even here, so yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Dope has also really closed the gap between them and the teams above them. They're only 9 points behind Illuminati. That was not the case even at the middle of the day. So Dope has been slowly chipping away at those points. I think all of those teams are really trying to ensure their spot there in the finals.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, give or take, but it was something like a 20-point differential for Dope, and they've really shortened that up. So smooth stuff for them. A lot of surprises here. You guys already did it, but I want to do it too. WallStreetBets, just all hats off to you guys. Fantastic performance, really. Climbed the ladder, you ran up it. So we still have 2 more days of competition for the Super Weekend, but definitely very excited to see what Baba Yaga and the boys over there have been doing. Let's talk daily MVP though. Off the top of my head, I think we've seen a number of strong competitors come out today for our first day of Super Weekend number 3. I honestly, I'm with you. Glitter's making that like face. I couldn't put my name down. Honestly, I don't know who takes home the MVP here.
Joey.
7. You look confident.
Joey. I mean, he's had an amazing day, and he's been in a way kind of like he rejuvenated that team. I'll honestly be really surprised if it's not Joey.
YDD.
Show us, please. Oh.
Coops.
Oh,
hey.
7 Thomas.
Go. Yes, sir. I'll take one. At least this whole tournament, finally. I mean, Joey, as I was saying earlier in the day, he's been putting up an amazing performance. For him to be able to put up 19 kills, too,
that's nuts.
I think he's also leading the team in average survival time, the damage, 2,400 damage. This is one of his better days, and this is a player that I know has been looking to improve when it comes to personal performances, and this is definitely going to be a confident booster. I hope that he's able to see this. More than likely, he's going to be tweeting this out. Joey, congratulations on your daily MVP. Oh, man, that must feel good hearing that.
Here's one of the cool things, too. 19 kills means 19 points for the team. So just by getting the kills, that's more points than a single chicken dinner. Like, when you put things into perspective, these things just become so much more impressive. So congratulations to Joey on Lazarus bringing home the daily MVP. And people have been bringing home the money as well. If you're just joining us, you don't know how it works out. Basically, if you bring home the #1 position, you take home $1,000. It's really that simple. So over the past couple of weekends, we've seen a number of teams stand up. Nova takes home $2,000 just today. But if we combine that with all the other Super Weekends, Nova has made $6,000 just from being #1.
I mean, we had said that it was possible that across all the Super Weekends, if a team qualified every time and played well, they could match what you can potentially get in finals for first place, which is that $10,000 mark. And Nova is well on their way there. Moving down the list, of course, we've got XSET holding strong at that $5,000 from the last 2 Super Weekends. Maybe they'll be able to add to that tomorrow and our 3rd and final day. And then, of course, Ghost at $4,000. Panthers at $4,000 after the last game of today. I mean, that's huge for them. And then 19E there at $3,000 and everyone else at 2 respectively. Now, of course, there are more teams, a lot more teams at this point that have gotten some chicken dinners on the board and some money in the pockets, but those are just the top teams that we have for now.
Panthers. Hey, let's go, Legal. Congratulations, dude. Must be nice. I'm happy for that team. They were kind of like hitting a rough patch there. they're able to turn it up, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe pretty soon at the end of the Super Weekend we might end up seeing WallStreetBets on that money meter too, being able to rank up some more wins.
That would be super cool. Definitely be a lot of fun seeing all the different names step up again. 2 more days of competition in our 3rd and final Super Weekend. Everybody trying to put their points together in order to make it into finals. Of course, one final reminder about our friends over at OnePlus with flagship performance, 120 hertz display rate, and technology made specifically for gamers. That's that HyperTouch. OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best bets to climb the leaderboards like we have here in the PMPL. Always exciting to see OnePlus bring out their best stuff, and it was exciting to see the players bring out their best stuff as well. 5 maps down. We have 10 more maps remaining for our final Super Weekend. Tomorrow and the day after, competition will continue, but that does it for us today. For myself, my analysts, my commentators, all the people backstage, and of course you guys, all the people in front of the stage, we appreciate you and we love you. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace and much love to you.